Broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. It's a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today on behalf of Assembly Member Mo Emma and Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since our last meeting of the Mayor's Question Time in June, the Health Committee examined how limited access to healthy options on London's High Street affects overall health and contributes to health inequalities. Krupesh Hirani AM also published the report Enabling Community Use of School Sports Facilities in London, and we're very grateful to him for the work that was put in for that, and indeed the Secretariat who assisted him. The Police and Crime Committee questioned the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime on concerns around how the deal was made between Palantir and the Met. The committee also wrote to the chair of the Independent Inquiry into Grooming Gangs and is holding a rapporteurship into Met police officer recruitment and retention. The GLA Oversight Committee questioned guests over arrangements for preventing fraud in the GLA group. The Planning and Regeneration Committee published its New Towns for London report, setting out recommendations for how new housing developments can help to tackle the housing crisis. The Fire Committee examined fire safety in London's social housing. The Transport Committee focused on the potential impact of autonomous passenger vehicles on other road users, particularly vulnerable road users. The committee also attended a site visit which provided committee members with the opportunity to ride in one of Wave's autonomous vehicles. The Economy, Culture and Skills Committee spoke to guests about the Mayor's upcoming strategic licensing pilot, and the Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor regarding the Met officer funding levels. And I wrote to the London Fire Commissioner, Jonathan Smith, on behalf of the Assembly to congratulate him for being awarded the King's Service Medal and the King's Birthday Honours for his 26 years of dedicated service and his leadership of the London Fire Brigade. This week, the Police and Crime Committee continued its investigation into grooming gangs, and the audit panel met to examine internal and external audit reports. I was also very honoured to represent the London Assembly at last week's flag-raising ceremony as part of the Armed Forces Day event, which took place at City Hall. This is a very valued event in the Assembly's calendar and is appreciated by the armed forces and the boroughs who attended. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? I would like to submit one declaration, bearing in mind where the discussions may go, that I do control, I do run a company which has income from the computer games industry, and I think that's likely to be a question that is going to be coming later on. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly annual meeting held on the 11th of May 2026 to be signed by me as a correct record? We now move on to our question and answer, and thank you, guests, for sitting through all that. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Justine Simons, OBE, Deputy Mayor for Culture and the Creative Industries, and we have Shona Manson, Assistant Director of Culture and Creative Industries at the GLA. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to both guests. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions. Guests, we would be very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions that we have for you. And the lead-off question from me is, what are your priorities for improving the cultural life of London? And if perhaps we can go to Justine Simons first.
Simons, thank you, Chair. So our North Star really has remained the same throughout the mayoralty, and it's really two things. It's to keep London at the top of its game as a world-class creative and cultural capital, and it's to enable all Londoners to lead a creative life. Not seeing culture as an optional extra, but woven into all aspects of city life, like a golden thread. Now, the creative economy is worth 64 billion to London, and 1 in every 5 jobs is a creative one. It's also the reason that 4 out of 5 tourists come to London. Incredible statistics, but as the saying goes, not everything that counts can be counted. And culture is doing so much more for London and for Londoners. Dance is helping people rehabilitate after hip operations. Local festivals are building a sense of community. And in this wild world of social media and AI, where we are the most connected we've ever been, we are at the same time the most lonely. Art and culture are arguably giving us the thing we need most right now, human connection. Now, this is a great story, but it's not a story we can take for granted. Because just like an actual golden thread, culture is fragile. Funding has never been more challenging. Brexit has brought real pressures. Space is expensive. Pay is low. Life as a creative in this city is challenging. But the good news is that Sadiq has made culture a top priority, and we are making a difference. So I'd like to take you through some of the work we've been doing to meet these challenges and to improve the cultural life of London. So Sadiq has made the biggest investment in culture of any mayor. Firstly, in the creative economy. Over the past 10 years, we've backed the key sectors: film, fashion, games and design. And our recent data shows that this investment has unlocked nearly £12 billion in trade and investment. So it's been really tactical work that's paid off. We're now the biggest consumer games capital in Europe, the 3rd largest filmmaking capital outside of New York and LA. The London Design Festival has been copied hundreds of times around the world, and Fashion Week is established as the home of new talent. Second, the London Borough of Culture has been shining a spotlight on the extraordinary talent and creativity in our local boroughs, reaching over 3 million audiences so far. We've been nurturing cultural infrastructure. Third, we've been nurturing cultural infrastructure, which is a real pressure area in this city. A decade ago, we found that we lost over 50% of nightclubs, 40% of music venues, and we were looking at a loss of 30% of creative workspaces just on the horizon. But we need all the artists and designers, the photographers, the choreographers. They are all driving this incredible £64 billion industry in our capital. So our goal has really been to hardwire creativity into the city, protecting small grassroots venues, LGBTQ spaces, artist studios, clubs and pubs in the London plan for the first time. We also tried a bold experiment with 12 creative enterprise zones, and these are designated areas where artists and creative businesses can put down roots. They are on course to deliver 80,000 square metres of new, affordable, permanent creative space by 2028. We also wrote the first ever cultural infrastructure plan, setting out what London needs for the coming decades. Most cities, they plan for things like transport and housing, but they tend not to plan for cultural infrastructure. So we've addressed that gap and set out what we've got and what we need in the future. And this work is underpinned by data, because if we don't know what we have, how can we protect it? So we now have a live data map of all our spaces called our Cultural Infrastructure Map. We also run a space register. It's a bit like a dating service where we connect creatives who are looking for new space with developers who want a creative tenant. Finally, we set up what I like to call the BAT phone, otherwise known as the Culture and Communities at Risk team. And it's triage to help stop creative spaces closing. And since the pandemic, we've helped over 1,500 cases. So the good news is it's working. We've reversed the collapse of creative studios, grassroots music venues in the last data round have stabilised. But crucially, cultural infrastructure is now understood as an important part of London's landscape by developers, by local authorities, by politicians. We're now working with government to improve the licensing system, to improve nightlife and hospitality. So our focus is really on system change, not just delivering programmes, but reshaping the environment that culture operates in. 4, we have exciting new landmarks. A new London museum at Smithfield will open later this year, telling London's story to 2 million visitors every year. And our Olympic cultural legacy is secured. We've turned a dumping ground for white goods, known as Fridge Mountain, into the biggest cultural and education district in over 150 years, East Bank. And throughout all of this, we've been guided by our values. We are the most international city on the planet. The different languages, cultures, and ideas fuel our success as a creative capital. But as the saying goes, talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. So, number 5, we've made sure that culture reflects who we are as a city. From our work on diversity in the public realm to opening up creative careers. So it's a real vote of confidence that London was just named the #1 city for culture by Time Out, ahead of Paris and New York. With 99% of Londoners agreeing that culture in the capital is either good or amazing. So when we look back over the past decade, what we see is a clear shift from culture as an add-on to culture as essential infrastructure, from individual programmes to long-term system change, and from culture as a luxury to culture as a human right for all Londoners. That's the foundation we've built, and it's my hope that it will enable London to remain the world's leading cultural capital in the years ahead. Thank you.
Ms Manson, do you wish to come in on that as well?
No, thank you. I haven't prepared anything separate. I mean, I run the team who are delivering the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor's vision, so very happy to support in questions that we have following that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Shona. Good morning, Justine. So, Deputy Mayor, we've got New York, Paris, Tokyo, Barcelona, Rome, 5 cities that have a great cultural offer, 5 cities that also ask visitors to contribute through a tourism levy. London is, as you've said, the #1 cultural city in the world. How will we use the new overnight stay levy to ensure it remains in that position?
Well, we think the overnight visitor levy is a great opportunity for London. Where we're at the moment is we're awaiting the outcome of the government's consultation. So a lot will depend on that. So we're not really kind of into the meat of the process. But I guess the thing I'd say as a driving principle is that we want it to really focus strategically on generating economic growth through tourism for London. And, through, for example, the World Cities Culture Forum, we can see around the world, there's lots of great examples we can draw on. Hamburg has a levy and 100% of it goes to tourism and culture and sport. It's been really successful. San Francisco have had one since the 60s, again, really supporting the cultural sector. So I'm optimistic that it will be able to safeguard and sustain our creative offer in London. And when you think that 80% of tourists are coming for culture, it makes a lot of sense.
You talked about the new London Museum that's going to be opening in due course. We've got the National Gallery, which had record numbers of visitors last year, but despite that, they still have an £8.2 million deficit that they've got to deal with. If you go to Paris, the Louvre is payment on entry, and you go and find similar around the world. Is it time to review how we make sure that we are funding our cultural offer here in London in a different way?
Are you asking me about charging for museums?
No, I'm asking you that how do we make sure that we are funding our cultural offer here in London as best as possible?
Well, what I'd say from the London perspective is that the Mayor has invested the most of any Mayor to date in culture. Over 800 million he's invested in culture in his 10 years so far, which is a significant amount. And I think what I'd say at City Hall is, we're looking at where we've got the levers, the resources, the convening power. It's why I use the metaphor acupuncture, which is, thinking about what we can do, what we can bring to the table to really support culture to thrive in the city. And that is everything from supporting cultural infrastructure, from changing the planning rules. In the future, it will be licensing to grow nightlife, taking culture out to every corner of the city through the London Borough of Culture. So we're just looking at, wherever we can bring to bear our agency, our powers, our policy, our convening, and critically work with partners. I mean, it's really is a Team London approach. We don't do anything on our own in the cultural space. We're always bringing together a whole range of partners around a common vision. But as I said, at the start, we can't rest on our laurels. The UK is the lowest funder of the arts in Europe at a national level, and times are challenging. So we've all got to work together to protect, grow, sustain our creative offer.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on the, particularly on the tourism levy and how we can use that to improve culture in London. Thank you.
Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, panel. So at the last Mayor's question time, then in an exchange between the Mayor and Assembly Member Desai, I think we were all looking forward very much to the World Cup and how that would be a much-needed boost to our beleaguered hospitality industry. I think the experience of the last few days has shown that to be the case, but I was just wondering if you had any kind of early indications or information about precisely how successful that had been and how much economic activity that's been helping to generate, please.
I don't yet. It's not over.
Absolutely, thankfully, indeed.
What I would say is, big cultural events, big sporting events, they matter a lot to the city. And, we're keen to bring more.
They matter a great deal. They matter to everyone who enjoys taking part in them, watching them. And it matters very much to those businesses who enable and facilitate that to happen. I know... I think last week the chair of UK Hospitality suggested that around the Ghana game, pub sales were up by as much as 77%. So that's really, really encouraging. Hopefully that will continue during the tournament as England continue to stay in the tournament. But on that point, our next match obviously is at a slightly inconvenient time in the morning on Monday. What support are you offering or encouraging local councils to offer those venues that wish to open at that time in the morning? I believe they have to submit a temporary event notice, but are you encouraging councils to approve those, to expedite those, to make it happen so that people can continue to enjoy watching that in a sort of social setting and those businesses can continue to benefit from that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very happy as we go through this to talk more about our licensing project. As of just a few days ago, the Mayor did receive the powers that were in primary legislation. So we're working with boroughs across London, and we certainly
forgive me for interrupting. I wonder if you could move the microphone a little closer.
Is that better?
Thank you.
And I'll speak up a little too. Thank you, Chair. And we're working with boroughs across London as we start to bring in those powers. We would absolutely encourage boroughs to support local venues wherever they can. In the licensing project itself, temporary event notices will be out of scope. It's really important that boroughs retain their licensing powers. It's not a power grab. So everything that we do will be in partnership. But absolutely, we would encourage venues to support boroughs to support local venues.
I mean, one thing to add, we also this week announced that we are supporting 15 alfresco projects. So, and one of those projects over in Woolwich will include screens showing the final.
Excellent. That leads me on to what was going to be my next question, which is yes, how, as well as supporting venues doing a good job in enabling people to watch that, I'm keen to understand more about what, as an authority, we can be doing, because obviously there is a large amount of money that's been talked about already that you're spending on various cultural things, and also I think in the budget that we agreed, or that was agreed in February, included a 20 million major events fund. I know there's a delivery plan for supporting community cultural and sporting events in London with a 100 million budget over 3 years. But as I understood it, none of that was likely to be helping to facilitate things around the World Cup. And there are all sorts of cultural events going on in London. I get that, and you support those. But I just think it looked like a bit of a missed opportunity. The one thing that absolutely everybody can get behind, fan zones, public screenings, so on and so forth. So, yeah, if you can expand a little bit more on how that's going to work.
I mean, I would say, just for clarity, it's not I don't cover major events or sports, so it's not something I can speak to here in detail. But as a general principle, obviously the Mayor is very supportive of major events, sporting events, cultural events, but it's kind of out of my portfolio.
Well, if I could just add,
I can talk about the summer streets if you want to hear more about that.
Well, I'm particularly interested in the football, obviously. Screening the final, should we get there, and it's quite a challenging route to get there, is great, but I don't think it's good enough. We should be having more public events for earlier games. Obviously, it might be a bit difficult to do at 1 o'clock on Monday morning, but should we get to the next round, why could we not have a public screening for that, or the quarter-final, semi-final? It's not as if we haven't known this is coming. The World Cup's happened every 4 years. The Mayor is a football fan. He talks about it very frequently in this chamber. Why have we not done more to enable that? Okay, right. Well, we're not going to progress on that then, but...
Well, just to say again, that it's not. I don't cover sport or football. It's not within my portfolio.
Perhaps you could pass on a message to the Mayor.
Absolutely,
that he's missed an opportunity there, and that we're not very pleased about that.
Missed an open goal there.
Another missed opportunity, closer to home. Yeah, obviously we're in the World Cup still. We're doing well, and we all support our national team. Yeah. I think it's utterly shameful that we don't have a flag flying from this building to show our support. Now, I asked at Bureau of Leaders, I asked whether this could be facilitated. Senior officers said they would look into it and respond to me. They haven't. So I was just wondering why that's the case. As I understand it, the flag has only ever been flown outside of St George's Day when we reach the Euros final in 2024. And again, waiting for the final is too late. Exactly. If we're supporting our team to try and get to the final, we need to visibly show that. And I just wonder why that hasn't been done, because it is our national flag, it is our national team, we all support it. Why doesn't the Mayor?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not in charge of flags. Yeah.
It's a big cultural event, it's a big community event, it's a big sporting event. I really hoped that we'd get a better answer than that. But, you know, we supposedly have a flags policy. Nobody's been able to show me what it is. Perhaps as a commitment from this meeting, someone can go away and find that flags policy, show it to me, and show me why the only time that St George's flag has been flown on this building, other than on St George's Day itself, was when DCMS asked us to do it in the context of the Euros. Why can't the mayoral administration make that decision for themselves? As I say, show our support, his support for our national team as they are doing their best out there in North America. They need our support. It's time we showed it. Thank you.
Are you expecting a response from that, Assembly Member Wilson?
I mean, I'll obviously take back the question of flags, but just to be clear, I'm not in charge of flags. But we all want, you know, England to do their best. Everyone's united around that, I think. To win.
It's not the taking part that counts.
We settle down now. Good. Assembly Member Bakari,
yes,
please.
we all love flags, don't we? Anyway, Deputy Mayor, in 2023, you may recall in an Economy Committee meeting, we did an investigation on small museums, galleries and theatres, and there was some criticism of the Deputy Mayor of Culture not engaging with the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board. Now, 3 years on, how many grassroots cultural organisations outside Central London have you directly engaged with and your team? And how do you measure whether these relationships have improved?
Right. I'm going to break that down. So there's 3 parts to it, right? Part 1 was about attendance.
Yeah, one is about the board, one is about your engagement and how you're measuring it.
In small venues? When you say small venues?
Small museums, yeah.
Small museums and venues.
Sure. Have you not engaged with them?
All the time. We engage with cultural institutions, small and large venues. It's the bread and butter of the work. I mean, I attend the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board, is answer to part 1. And then part 2 is, it's our bread and butter. I mean, you know, through our Cultural at Risk office, we've had about 1,500 cases since the pandemic. Lots of those are small cultural organisations. We work with lots of cultural organisations through our London Borough of Culture. We've got thousands of partners through that. I think 16 boroughs have been involved in that so far. You know, in all kinds of ways we work.
And the engagement with the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board, you can send us all the details of when you've met them and how many times.
Sure.
Excellent. I'd like that, and I'd like to know exactly what productive change has happened when you've had these meetings. Has there been any policy or funding changes specifically for these small organisations in the last 3 years that you can actually name?
Yeah. I mean, Sharon would like to talk to this on the detail if you want. No.
I mean, so there are some other initiatives that we've been working on that are supporting small museums and small venues. I'm thinking of initiatives like the Dementia Friendly Venues Charter, where we've got over 170 organisations that we're working with through that to support access to their activities. I think the thing that I would note is that the Mayor is not a funder of culture across the city. So unlike other city governments where they keep their tax receipts, you know, the Mayor keeps 7% of tax receipts, and the major funders in the city are the likes of the Arts Council and the National Lottery. There's been an Arts Council review recently. I was thinking about that in answer to a previous question. There is a National Lottery review live at the moment where they're seeking views on how the lottery supports good causes. Obviously very important that we represent how influential that funding is for the funding of small and large organisations in our city. So the ways that we tend to work with organisations are those more strategic areas where we go, what role can the Mayor play to convene and to help, but we're not a direct funder. We have a very close working relationship with the Arts Council. We meet on a very regular basis with their senior leadership. Justine holds a place on the London Area Council, and the Mayor appoints the chair and some members.
There are lots of nice things that have been going on, but I want to know real concrete evidence. Now, I know that a lot of the small organisations, theatres and galleries have been having to relocate because they don't get secure funding for long-term leases. Have you been able to intervene and help specifically any organisations to get any permanent cultural premises yourself?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, do you want to?
Can you name them?
We can't name them, and the reason is for confidentiality. Because if you are a small business,
Yeah, that's not really answering the question. So you can't name them, but you have helped them. That doesn't really answer the question.
If you would let me answer, if you are a small business and you are in a kind of crisis situation, the thing that you don't want is for the mayor to be shouting about you being in a crisis situation. And that is not something we would love to shout about the people we're helping, as you can imagine. That would be a marvellous story for us to tell, but we are sensitive to the very difficult circumstances.
So can you name any grassroots organisation that you have secured demonstrably, that we can say, yes, the Mayor of London and the Deputy Mayor of Culture has done so much work that this particular museum is now going to be here for the long term?
There's a lot. What I can do...
You can't?
No, what I can do is I would have to seek the permission of people we've helped in order to give you a comprehensive answer. I couldn't breach that confidence and trust that we have had with them. Shona might know of people who are...
There is one museum that that I champion a lot, which is called the Migration Museum, and I've written to you about them before, I've questioned you about them before. They've had to find funding themselves, they've had to work incredibly hard to survive. They have got some future plans, despite all the challenges, and actually they'd like to do something really nice. They'd like to promote the Mayor of London. He's our first Muslim mayor. And I'd really like the Mayor of London to be there at the opening and also to share his migration story. Would that be something he can do at the very least?
If I can say on my... Do you want to what I can? Yeah, I mean, on the mic, I know you've raised this many times.
Can't he just turn up to the opening and share his story? Is that can we say yes to that?
Can I answer you?
Yeah.
So, Migration Museum, fantastic project. The team and I have met them many times. Sadiq visited the temporary gallery. Our Deputy Mayor, Debbie Weeks-Bernard, spoke at their parliamentary event. We've offered, through the team, much advice and guidance over the years, and we remain in close contact with them. And if there is an invitation to me or the Mayor to come to the opening, we would welcome that.
OK, great. Well, I'll see him at the opening. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hamdash, please.
Morning. So the London plan has 34 pages, dedicated to heritage and culture. So the London plan is up for refreshment, and I'd love to hear what you're doing to enhance and improve and protect those conditions in the London plan, and what would you like to see in the next London plan?
What I'd say about the London plan is, in my time here, I've seen such a step change in how culture, small venues, museums, etc., are supported in the London plan. We've gone from a place of kind of a few sentences at the beginning to kind of whole chapters now. And it is making a massive difference. It is really one of the levers we've got at City Hall, and we're pulling it. So for the first time, we've seen grassroots music venues protected. We've seen clubs, pubs, LGBTQ venues, and that's made a real difference. The other thing that we've been doing is creative enterprise zones. So there's 12 now, and they are phenomenally successful. If you look at business growth in the zones post-pandemic, it was 22% versus minus 4% for the creative economy outside a zone. So they've been a real catalyst, and they collectively are on track to secure 80,000 square metres of permanent, new, affordable workspace. Pubs have stabilised, grassroots music. It's all moving in a very good place. And so much of that is to do with the London plan. What I'd say right now is, as you say, it's in a period of review. So we are in a very live conversation with our planning colleagues. And there's absolutely a recognition about the value of this work and how important it is to protect culture and the creative industries. And so all the indications are we will continue to develop that work. Another piece of good news, I think, around the planning side is that we included the agent of change in our plan. So for people who don't know does everyone know what the agent of change is? It's a planning tool where it protects, clubs and nightlife from new developments, closing them down. So the last person to join the development is the person that has to mitigate. So if you are a club and there's a new residential next to you, then that residential has to have adequate soundproofing. If it's the reverse and you are a club moving into a residential area, then you have to do, kind of gold standard soundproofing, manage your queues, etc. That's been really successful, and that has now been picked up nationally. So that is now in national planning policy, which is great news because shows we're really leading the way in London.
I feel you might have had a sneak at my next question because that was literally going to be on Agent of Change.
Oh,
so well
right.
done, you've answered it. Thank you. I know there is an ambition with the London plan, though, for it to be slimmer. And then, do you think there's any risk that some of the protections that we have in the London plan might be under threat? And good to know what kind of conversations you're having with planning about that aspiration.
Yeah, I don't actually. I mean, with the team, we've basically had a kind of line by line conversation with the planners to make sure exactly that, so that in this more streamlined version of the London plan, we don't miss anything out. Absolutely everything gets kind of integrated, and where there's things that are going into national policy, they don't necessarily also need to be duplicated. I think that's one of the other principles in the new London plan, is to avoid unnecessary duplication. So whilst agency change might not be in the London plan, we don't need it because it's in it's a national policy, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's very diligent work between us and the planning team. We love planning.
Thank you. Assembly Member Georgiou, please.
Madam Deputy Mayor, what is the point in you? You're being paid a lot of money, £151,000 to be specific, to swan around at posh events and fly around the world while Londoners are at home struggling with the cost of living. Under your tenure over the last decade, culture spaces in London have decreased by 10%, nightclubs in London have decreased by 50%, grassroots music venues have decreased by 30%, theatre productions have decreased by 30%. Galleries and museums have decreased by 8%. Does your role exist just to cut ribbons?
Okay, I'll take that question in two parts. Firstly, what is the point of me? I see my role as a champion and a supporter of London as the greatest cultural capital in the world. During my tenure, I have overseen the biggest investment in culture of any mayoralty, £800 million. I have stewarded East Bank, the biggest new cultural and education district in 150 years, which is already breaking all its targets and delivering real economic and social value for East London and beyond. I have supported the new London Museum, which will open on the 28th of November. It will have 2 million visitors a year and deliver over 500 million to the GVA. I've delivered 20 football pitches worth of new or renovated cultural and creative space. I have hardwired culture into the capital through the planning system, through creative enterprise zones, through the agent of change, through the cultural infrastructure map, through the 10-year cultural infrastructure plan. I have overseen a real step change in celebrating and opening up access to culture in every single London borough, through the London Borough of Culture, which has reached 3 million people. The 4th Plinth Schools Awards is in every single borough. 40,000 young people have taken part in that. The investment I've overseen in the creative economy through film, fashion, design and games has leveraged almost £12 billion in sales, investment and trade for the London economy. My Culture at Risk office has supported lots and lots of cases, over 1,500 since the pandemic. I've overseen a step change in commissioning public art, and have been collaborating with colleagues around the world to share our best ideas and improve what we can do in London through environmental work, through land trusts, and finally on the nighttime economy. We have supported grassroots music venues, clubs and pubs.
Mr. Chairman, I've given the Deputy Mayor 2 minutes now and I've timed it.
That was part one.
You can send me your alleged achievements after this meeting in a letter. What you've reeled off, it's not your personal achievements. You've spent £800 million of taxpayers' money. Now, I'm not here to debate whether that's a good or a bad thing. That's not what I'm going to say. But your alleged achievements, well, why don't your peers in the culture sector agree with you? The British Theatre Consortium, which represents a significant number of theatres, the number of shows has definitely gone down. The Society of London Theatre says plays are on the financial floor. The Seven Dials Playhouse was forced to liquidate and close entirely. The point is, I reeled off what really matters to Londoners. Guess what? They love their culture spaces. Down 10%. They love going out, having a cheeky dance and a drink at night. Nightclubs have dropped off by 50%. Once again, grassroots music venues, which my colleagues here, they might be sitting on my right, but they're very much on the left, always talking about. Theatre productions, once again, not my cup of tea, but I know millions of Londoners love it. Down 30%. Galleries and museums, which are publicly accessible and mostly free, down 8%. Once again, the things that Londoners actually care about, you have failed on. So once again, what has that £800 million gone to that Londoners can fully enjoy in the greatest city in the world?
I mean, taking these points in order, in terms of Londoners, the statistic I mentioned earlier, 99% of Londoners think that culture is good or great. It is the reason that 80% of tourists are coming here. So I think the data and evidence is quite clear that people do love culture in London and do see its value.
So we didn't have tourism before you became Deputy Mayor for Culture?
Please allow the Deputy Mayor to answer.
Well, if she's going to say all of this is down to... it's like having the Mayor in front of us. It's all down to him. How wonderful Sadiq is.
You asked a very long question and...
It's in the eye of the beholder, Mr. It didn't feel long to me. I thought it was wonderful, but anyway.
I was timing you as 2 minutes. I'm just kidding. On the data, I think we have different data sets. I think some of the data you were talking about was the data I was referring to 10 years ago. What we do now is through our cultural infrastructure data map, which is open source, public, anyone can look at it. We map very closely the trends and what's happening. And so what we know is that we've got 189 grassroots music venues. They reach 4.7 million audiences a year. They deliver 3 to 6 million in economic benefits.
You've given me a number. How many have shut down over your tenure?
In grassroots, what we've seen over my tenure is a stabilisation. So whilst some have closed, others have opened. So we are roughly around the same period.
So net, we're not...
So net.
Grassroots venue, no, we're not down 30%?
No.
OK, well, these were your numbers from your department, so I'll gladly take that up and we can have an exchange of letters afterwards.
Pubs are stabilising, though, around 3,500. Clubs, there has been a decrease of 20%. But what I'd say is that it's important to look at the whole picture on clubs. If you look at Manchester and Birmingham, they're significantly worse off than London in terms of decrease. And we're working very actively with all parts of
Mr. Chairman, clearly there's a debate on the numbers. I'm happy to have a follow-up with the Deputy Mayor afterwards. But thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So an exchange of letters will take place, and so we'll try to come up with a commonly agreed data set if possible. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Shona. I'd just like to say that there are many Assembly members in this room that do consider it possible to do scrutiny without being aggro. And so I'd like to return to... Really?
Come on, back on. Really? Back on.
OK, so I'd like to return to a subject that's been mentioned a couple of times this morning already, which is small venues. So I know you share concerns about loss of grassroots music venues in London, and obviously our small music, theatre and other venues are so crucial to our cultural ecosystem. We don't get the high level of arts that we need if we don't have places that people can try out. And also, obviously, it's a wonderful place for people to spend an evening out, and part of what makes London so fantastic. But obviously something has changed recently, which is the Mayor's strategic licensing powers. So can you set out how you think the Mayor will be able to use those powers to support our grassroots music venues, theatres and cultural spaces?
Thank you. Yes, so there are changes to the London licensing system on the horizon, and we think that it will be a big boost for nightlife, small venues. Nightlife is central to our success. It's worth 21 billion for the London economy, supports 1.4 million jobs, but it's fair to say the licensing system is holding us back. We've got 33 different licensing policies. Businesses have really been crying out for a more consistent and transparent process. And of course, Londoners want a great night out. 45% of Londoners ended a night early, but they would have stayed out if they could. So I think it's a golden opportunity, really. We know also that there's some analysis that shows that if the Mayor had exactly the same powers as the Mayor of New York, it would bring a £2 billion boost to the economy. So the Mayor is taking on strategic licensing powers, just like in planning, in environment, in culture. There'll be a strategic now approach to licensing. So for me, it's like a kind of missing bit of the jigsaw. And Shona, I think I'll go to Shona in a minute, because Shona's managing the team that are developing it. But the biggest thing this week is that we became a responsible authority. Which means we can begin to engage with local boroughs at that licensing level. One of the keys is really keeping things out of appeal, because that's where it costs a lot of money. You know, when licenses fail or there's an argument or someone disagrees, you know, it's costing people £40,000. We even had an example of a business. It cost them £250,000 to go through an appeal process. So, you know, and if you're a small grassroots venue, you're disproportionately affected, because that's the kind of money that kind of kills you off as a business. So really we want to kind of like improve the system, cut the red tape, make sure things aren't going to appeal, and be making decisions in the best interests of London. But Shona, you say a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first thing I need to say is that this project is still in development. So from a really important perspective, we are at the moment working with an independent consultant who is looking at the responses to the consultation that we ran earlier this year on this. So anything that I say is still subject to the Mayor's final decisions, which is really important. And we're working with government, with the MHCLG on the second part of changing the law that we need to do. So far we have worked with them to change the primary legislation that will support this project. We're currently working on the secondary legislation. So there's a lot still in the detail, but we'll tell you what we can. I guess the first thing to say is that obviously both the Mayor and the government are absolutely committed to the principle that the best decisions are made locally, and that what we want to do is to find ways to work in the system better in partnership, both with applicants to improve their ability to make good applications, and with boroughs and the other responsible authorities like the Met Police, and with public health colleagues to make sure that all of the best practice that is already happening across London in the brilliant licensing services that are running can be shared and taken advantage of. As Justine says, the absolute goal within this is to ensure that we have a system which is running more consistently. So at the moment we have 33 licensing authorities, all working in different ways, all struggling with different challenges. It's a deeply under-resourced system, and there have to be ways to work better efficiently together and more in collaboration to make sure that good applications are made, they go through the system in a valuable way, proper conversations are had, challenges within there are overcome, and safety is maintained. The goal of all of that being that fewer applications are going to hearings, which reduces the cost for councils, it reduces the cost for businesses. What that will look like in practice, what I can say, because it's already in primary legislation, is that the Mayor will take on a number of roles. So firstly, we will become a statutory consultee on every borough's local licensing policy. They come up every 5 years. So the first of those are starting to come up now, and we do currently now have that power as of the 29th of June. So boroughs will consult the mayor. The second is that the mayor will publish a strategic licensing policy for London. So that will set out at a very high level how we would like to see the licensing system work in a more joined up way and a more strategic way. And that will be published later this year, and that's subject to the consultation responses. The third is that we are currently, as of the 29th of June, a responsible authority, so we can get involved in working with other responsible authorities, with applicants and with boroughs, in the 28-day window of licensing applications to look at how any concerns can be overcome and hopefully get to positive licensing approvals. We can also support in the hearing process by supporting with evidence, supporting applicants, supporting boroughs. And then the kind of a really significant part of the work that is not dependent on legislation is that we'll be doing a licensing playbook, which is the kind of best practice bit of it, so partnership working. So we're working with boroughs and others to develop that.
Thanks. That's really helpful. I have wildly bust my time, but I know it's a really important issue that we need. But can I just ask for a really brief answer on this? When will we see changes? Obviously, you've said there's a couple of steps, but when will this start to make a difference on the ground? And when will we start to see a change in the outcomes, and how will we measure that success? And I know it's a big question, but are you able to answer that really quickly before the rest of my group starts staring me?
It's a good question.
Yes,
we can answer it.
Later this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dependent on the timing of secondary legislation when the full powers can come into
And will
force.
success be measured by less venues closing? Is it as simple as that? Is that how we're going to measure success?
We're working to establish the measures also in conjunction with government, but there'll be clear KPIs around that.
Right, thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Morning. Deputy Mayor, can you tell me how many people are in the Culture Department? How many people work in the Culture Department? No, you can tell me. Deputy Mayor.
Can I defer to the person managing the Culture Department? Because we've just obviously gone through a restructure.
There is an important reason for that. You'll be aware that the GLA has just gone through a restructure and that we've been building the licensing team. And so those figures, to be fair, have been changing quite rapidly. At the moment, including the licensing service, we have 70 members in the team.
How many?
Including the licensing startup, we have 70.
70. Good Lord. And tell me, what is your top-line budget, Deputy Mayor?
It is for this year. Do you want to say?
For this, do you want?
Yeah, say it.
For this year, it's just over 15 million. That includes capital and revenue.
Yeah, 15 million.
15 million. And split that up for me between capital and revenue, please, Deputy Mayor.
So 26. So this year, it's a bit of capital in 26, 27. 500,000 is capital.
And the rest is revenue?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Now, I've been looking at your gifts and hospitality, as you would expect me to, because we like transparency in the Conservatives. So I've been looking at some of them, and obviously things like the Sydney trip cost $16,675. You've got Beijing was 11,905. So you're quite an expensive Deputy Mayor. But there are things on this that I do wonder. Taylor Swift tickets, 392 of them. Why didn't you pay for those yourself? Or did people only go to see Taylor Swift because of you?
So I'd say, again, two things. One, the international trips you mentioned, they were at no cost to the taxpayer. They were all funded by the invitees. So the City of Sydney invited me and paid for that. Ditto Beijing. So just to be clear that those figures were not at any cost to the taxpayer here. On the question of Taylor Swift, yes, I went to Taylor Swift, and I go to many concerts, many theatre shows, and I just see it as my job, that I have to show up to things. I am the Deputy Mayor for Culture, and it's important to show up
it's important to show up to Taylor Swift, is it?
It is important, yeah. Yeah.
Too. So you took a member of staff with you, did you?
Taylor Swift, you know, generated hundreds of millions for the London economy.
Yeah, nothing to do with you, with respect. Absolutely nothing to do with you.
I would say that I worked really closely with her team to promote her, and we did a tube map to encourage everyone to get involved.
Promote Taylor Swift, forgive me. Even I know that. And I certainly didn't get to go.
I know.
You know why? Because you couldn't get tickets because there were so many people having freebies. Yeah. That is why. But anyway, so...
listen, I'm unapologetic about showing up for my sector.
You've never been apologetic for the amount of money you get in hospitality and gifts. I've noted that before. The other thing is, I tried to have a look at your hospitality costs because they're extremely long, and they haven't been declared since 2024. Why is that?
I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I'm signing them off we're sending them in every few weeks. Yeah.
There seems to be a lot you're not aware of. I mean, if we look at just in 2026, you've got National Gallery Trustees Dinner, £300, Sky Arts Salon, £248 times 2. Did you take a member of staff to that then?
What was it? The Sky? I took a guess, yeah.
Was it a member of staff?
No.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
British
just to say
Museum, Annual Trustees Dinner. Yeah. I mean, the amount of food that you consume on somebody else's cost is quite substantial. And do you not think that this looks bad? First of all, you're not actually declaring your expenses for the last 2 years. That doesn't look very good, does it? That's not transparent.
I think that's wrong. I have declared my expenses.
Well,
I mean, I have declared.
We'll have a look again. If not, perhaps please do send them to us so that we can have a look.
I have declared my expenses, and I mean, where I attend a dinner, I'm attending as a representative of City Hall. It's not again a cost to the taxpayer. It's the equivalent cost for transparency reasons. You know, so it's all about
you talk about transparency. Your answers to my colleague, Assemblymember Bakari, if we are spending taxpayers' money trying to sort businesses out, it is absolutely appropriate that we know where that money is going. It's taxpayers' money. It's not yours. It's not the mayor's. It's taxpayers' money. There should be an element of transparency around there, because supposing you decide to give it to XYZ companies and not ABC companies, we ought to all be able to see why you're investing money in an area and not another. It's no good saying they don't want people to know. Well, we want to know as taxpayers, Deputy Mayor.
I mean, just to be clear, we are really transparent about where we invest public money. The only particular answer I was giving was where there was a business sensitivity, where an organisation was at extreme risk, and they themselves had asked us not to
say they're receiving taxpayers' money.
Not to say they are at risk, and they wouldn't necessarily have received taxpayers' money. It might have been through advice. It might have been.
But you cost us. You've just told us how much your department costs. So please don't tell me it doesn't cost anything. If people are receiving benefits, whether it's financial, whether it's assistance or anything else, as a taxpayer, we are entitled to know. I've run out of time, unfortunately. I'll go back to you, Chair.
I mean, if I could answer, I'm not saying that everything isn't costing anything. I mean, I think perhaps you're misunderstanding. There is a whole range of investment programmes. They're fully transparent. They're fully declared. You can see them on our website. And then there is...
£800 million.
Yeah, and all of that,
Mayor.
you can see where all of that is being spent. It's all publicly declared. It's all transparent.
Yeah, my time is out, but thank you, Chair.
It sounds like another case of trying to compare data, because if the Assembly can only work with the data that is available to us. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. Now, hopefully everyone's heart levels will have reached a more normal level following the World Cup yesterday and the England game. But in 2 summers' time, the eyes of the world will be on London, well, partly on London, with 2 of the host venues for Euro 2028 at Spurs and at Wembley, with the UK and Ireland jointly hosting the 2028 European Championships. What preparations are underway to really utilise that and capitalise on that to make sure that we can also celebrate London's culture as a result of having the games here as well?
I mean, on the football side of it, obviously we are, the Mayor's hugely committed to major sporting events, and we want to grow the events industry. I myself am not. It's not in my portfolio, sport, so I'm not covering any of that. But,
I mean, can speak a bit.
There might be some other conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're, our team's working closely with the Euros team. There will be a live fan festival that's being procured at the moment. So that's going to be a 31-day event that will be screening the football matches. Assemblymember Wilson will be very pleased to hear that. And it'll also be a platform for showcasing culture and creativity. So we expect in that programme for there to be creative opportunities for artists and audiences in our city. So we'll be working closely with that team as that procurement progresses.
Okay, and would you be willing to look at how also local venues can benefit as well? So as a result, you'll have people from all over the world coming over to London and the rest of the UK, but why not, if someone's watching a match at Wembley, why can't they go and see a theatre show at the Kiln, or go to the local Lexi cinema, or experience some of the green spaces that there are around the local areas where these stadiums are? So is there a push or drive to actually promote and push that local culture and local cultural assets?
Yeah, those are brilliant ideas, and obviously, an opportunity like the Euros bringing, hundreds of thousands of visitors to town is a fantastic opportunity for our culture sector as well. So yes, we can take that into thinking about the promotion of it. TfL have done great initiatives in the past, like cultural venue tube maps. So there are lots of ways that we can think about how we can make sure that venues are really benefiting from the additional footfall as well.
Yeah. Right. And also, obviously, London and Partners, Visit London, they will be promoting the kind of wider offer for people who are coming.
Great. So it would be great to see that wider offer when we have Visit London. So while you're here, why not visit Brent or Harrow as well? So I'm taking that as a commitment, and I'm happy to follow up afterwards and have a meeting about ideas and venues that we could promote in our local area.
Definitely. Sounds great.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Roberts, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Deputy Mayor, last month the Mayor announced that his support for culture and creative industries had unlocked almost £12 billion of investment and spending. How much of that investment has directly benefited small museums, galleries, theatres and community organisations rather than major institutions and commercial creative industries?
Yeah, so that figure is analysis that we've done on the impact of one programme, which is the Creative Industries Growth Programme.
Yep.
So it doesn't cover museums and galleries. It's a tactical programme. Yep. It supports London Fashion Week, showcasing, work with buyers. It supports young talent coming through in the games industry. It supports Games London, the strategic agency for games. It supports the London Games Festival, which is a London-wide programme. It supports also things like games production finance market, which brings together people who have got a good idea for a game with people who want to finance a game, and that's done over £110 million of business. And then in film, it funds Film London, and they are actively growing London as a filmmaking capital, bringing new major movies in, doing lots of kind of talent development work. And they also have a production finance market, again, bringing together people who've got a film or film project with people who want to invest. Again, so it's a kind of, it's a strategic creative industries investment programme. And what we've done is
if we could get a breakdown of the figure, I'm just on very short on time, that would be very helpful. If we could get a breakdown by sector.
Yeah,
that
sure,
would be useful.
Sure. Yeah,
the one question which I do have is that how much of that investment do you think would have happened anyway without City Hall intervention? Because it seems as though the full amount is being attributed to mayoral support.
The 11, it's just under 12 billion.
Yeah, 11.9.
Yeah, that is about mayoral support. So we've honed in on what has been.
All of this wouldn't have happened.
No.
No, none of it. Not a single brass farthing. Not a single brass farthing for those.
No.
That one for the teenagers there. No. Okay, that's fair enough. If it's all down to the mayor, so be it.
If I can just, this is some data analysis to look at what has the mayor's investment in the Creative Economy programme delivered. So we've looked at what that investment specifically has delivered with GLA Economics. So we've not kind of made it up. It's been verified by them.
Heaven forbid that GLA Economics might be made up. If I have one other point which I wish to raise. We heard earlier about the licensing of the World Cup. Councils aren't in the position to be able to change the licensing laws at short notice, nor are they able to award tends without 5 clear working days in notice in advance. The only people who can do it is government, central government. So will you, using the mayor's powers, approach governments to find out whether they will lift the restrictions on the 6th of July so that those businesses that wish to open can?
I mean, we meet with government, with the Home Office and with MHCLG weekly. I'm very happy to raise that if that is of use. There's also obviously a national licensing reform programme in train with the Home Office, which we're staying very close to, which will also look at benefits which we can't do in the London local project that will then also start to benefit businesses and boroughs in London.
So a commitment from the Deputy Mayor to take that away and action that. Thank you.
Sorry, the Liberal Democrat group is out of time. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning, Deputy Mayor. So in your opening remarks, you mentioned the strategic licensing powers. The Mayor's made great claims about what they'll do. It strikes me that while they're positive in their own way, there's something of a distraction from the real problems that hospitality and leisure sector is facing, which is obviously the national insurance increase, minimum wage increases, business rates increase, despite being told that it would be cut, and of course the tourist tax on top. You know, thousands of businesses are closing primarily because of those reasons, and inflation on top. Do you not think that that's the real problem? And do you not think that since these are being imposed by government, really what the Mayor should be doing is telling government to reverse at least some of that damage that they are directly doing to that sector?
I mean, I think I said at the start, my focus is really on where I can make a difference. And the things you've outlined are national government policy. And I'm a practical person. You know, I'm just looking at what is in the Mayor's gift, what can make the real difference to cultural and creative businesses on the ground. And that's why I pursued this programme of hardwiring support into the systems and policies we have at City Hall, the planning system, enterprise zones, business support, through our Culture at Risk office.
Sorry, when you talk about what it's in the Mayor's gift to do, let me tell you, it is definitely in the Mayor's gift to shout about things, make a lot of noise, blame the government, insist the government change their policy. He certainly is not slow in attacking Westminster Council, who apparently are single-handedly responsible for all of this themselves somehow, according to the press I've read this week. So if he's so able to get on his soapbox about one council, and certainly he was able to get on his soapbox about the previous government, why doesn't he say something about national insurance? Why don't you say something about national insurance? You don't need statutory powers to make a statement and pressure them, and senior Labour politicians telling the Labour government, soon under new management, you need to change these policies. These are damaging hospitality and culture in London. You could do all of that. You don't need new statutory powers.
I mean, what I'd say is, you know, the Mayor and the team work closely with government in a collaborative way. And we've all got the same goal, which is, you know, to grow and support businesses in the capital.
I don't think they have got the same goal. I think the government's goal seems to be to soak as much cash out of the hospitality, culture, leisure as they can and damn the consequences. And we're seeing that particularly in London. You rightly say it's a big part of London, perhaps bigger than elsewhere. Why doesn't the Mayor... I mean, do you think, let's just do some fact checking. Do you think that the employer national insurance increase is actually damaging hospitality, leisure, culture sector?
I mean, you know, culture and leisure and hospitality, there are a lot of challenges. And
Is that one of them?
And what I'd say is, you know, there are rising costs to businesses. And what we're doing here is pulling out all the stops to see what we can do to help. You know, the team.
Well, one of the stops would be to tell government to change track, and you're not pulling that one, are you?
Shona's team, you know, my team, we're working our socks off to support all these businesses, and we actually get great feedback from people. You know, we've got a lot of goodwill in the sector, and things are working.
They're not working. Thousands of businesses are closing. And you refuse to criticise the things that, like, if you listen to Hospitality UK, they will cite all the things that I've said. They welcome your strategic licensing power, but having the power to put, I don't know, pavement cafe out, that doesn't help if you can't afford the wage bill for the staff, if you can't afford the national insurance, if you can't afford the power bill, and if the customers are disappearing because, you know, they've lost their job with Labour's increase in unemployment. You don't say anything about any of that, Deputy Mayor. So you can't sit there and say you're pulling out all the stops when you're not pulling out any of the stops.
If I may, on licensing, I mean, it's a really important part of a picture. It's absolutely
It's not an important.
picture,
With respect,
say.
Shona, with respect, it isn't. That's not the reason. I think I've just made clear why that's not the reason. And I think I'm going to stop there because I've given the Deputy Mayor enough opportunities to make it clear whether she will or will not challenge the serious issues affecting the industry. She's made it clear that because it's the Labour government doing them, she would rather stay silent and change the subject. I will leave it there, Chair.
Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, and good morning. This summer, London again hosts a huge range of large exhibitions, concerts. We've got Harry Styles so much at Wembley that I've now found 2 sequins on the tube as I've been riding it. So it's unbelievable, the impact of these major concerts and series of concerts. But we also have the Bayeux Tapestry coming, which I understand had a 9-hour queue for tickets yesterday online, people waiting 9 hours online, and in my constituency in Camden. How do these major music and cultural events in London impact our economy, culture and communities, both here in London and across the UK?
Yeah, I mean, they're so important. You know, they're important for the economy nationally, regionally, locally. They're important for communities, for young people, and they're important for our international reputation as well. You know, there's a myriad ways in which cultural events benefit us. Dealing with loneliness, human connection, all the things I talked about. They couldn't really be more important in my view, and the evidence speaks for itself. 64 billion generated for the London economy every year from this sector, and the reason that the majority of tourists come. So, you know, I think they are vital to our success as a global capital.
And if I can add to that, I mean, the Eras Tour generated 300 million into London's economy, and there were 700,000 fans coming to London. If we really want to support hospitality, accommodation, venues, then what we need to do is attract more of this to London. We've got to keep at the top of our game on that. And that is the role of organisations like London and Partners. You know, we do all we can to support that. So, yeah, it's crucially important.
Yeah, I happen to live near a hotel, and every time there's even though Wembley's in Krupesh's constituency, there's people who stay around the corner from me who are off to Wembley, and you know, actually it's good because they're eating in local restaurants, they're using our local facilities, and they're bringing money into our local economy, which is really felt on the high street as well, which is good news. There's been quite a lot about Twickenham Stadium, and that it's only available for 3 nights a year for non-sporting events. This is a major stadium. It's the home of English rugby. Really important. And by the way, congratulations to Saracens Women's on winning the trophy, also in my constituency. But it is a concern that actually Twickenham would like to have more events, and Richmond Council is saying no to that. Yes, you are. Interesting.
Okay. That is no dialogue across the floor.
Okay, well, in any case, the Liberal Democrats are sadly out of time. But I just wonder, how could the Mayor use strategic licensing powers to ensure that London can host even more events?
I mean, this is a really great question, and it is a live example. I won't speak to that. But what I've said before is we want to work more in partnership, and part of that means going out and looking at how things work across the world. For example, so through the World Cities Culture Forum, I was talking with Boston, who've done a lot of work on their licensing system, and they had a really similar example where a stadium wanted to host more live events, and in conjunction with the City Council discussed a deal so that it could support and invest in the local economy and invest in local communities, and that enabled the council to then be comfortable with the extension of more events, and then more events obviously bring more economic impact and more jobs into the local economy. So I think what we would like to do in the Mayor's role, strategically looking across London, is look at where best practice exists, think about the trade-offs and the deals that can be done that benefit everyone in that picture, and support. Everyone in the licensing system is working to create a safe and prosperous environment. There are lots of challenges within that. There are lots of difficult decisions. There are lots of trade-offs. So I think really in that sort of convening and partnership role, we'd like to be able to help and support with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a bit stunned by some of what I've heard today, Justine. The reason people give you a hard time is you have everyone's dream job, right? You're paid a six-figure salary to go to the places that we would all want to pay as much money as we could to go, and you get to go and swan around for free. And get paid six figures for the salary. That's the matter of the fact, right? I would expect for that, the least you could give us is the detail and the facts on what's actually happening. And you have the audacity to sit there like the meme with the fire around the little dog with the cup of tea, pretending everything's fine. It's madness. You tried to suggest that Manchester were worse off than us. So let's look at the facts. And by the way, the stats have literally just been released, so this is perfect timing. 22 to 24, when we look at closed venues in the nighttime sector, when we look at closed clubs and pubs, Manchester is shrunk by 7%. London has shrunk by almost 12%. When we look at the number of clubs and pubs per 10,000 people, the places that beat us, we've got Brighton, Bath, Bristol, York, Exeter, Leeds, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Belfast. Even Stoke-on-Trent has more pubs per person than we do. And then when you look at the demand, that's why I think everybody is facing this changing nightlife scene and the fact that less people want to go out and things like that. You look at London, we have the highest demand. We have over 1.2 million searches for nightlife every single month. That is more than any other region. And even when you break it down per capita, it is more than any other region. We have the demand there. Stop sitting around the fire saying everything's fine. It is not. You need to speak to your Labour local councillors, tell them to scrap the table tax. You need to speak to your government, tell them to reverse the national insurance contributions, tell them that they need to address business rates and alcohol duty. When will you do those tangible things?
Thank you. Can I just clarify, did you just call me a dog? You just said I was like a dog with fire or something.
Sitting like the meme of the dog with fire. Anyway, I'll explain it to you if you don't waste my time.
It is Deputy Mayor, it's a cultural reference. Okay. It was not an accusation.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with the meme, so it did sound obviously quite shocking. Okay, taking these in order, I'm absolutely not saying that everything is fine. I have acknowledged that there are genuine and real challenges in the cultural sector and in the nighttime economy. And what I am trying to convey is the breadth of work that we're doing within our scope and within our power at City Hall to make a positive difference.
If you could come to the question, when will you speak up on national insurance contributions, business rates, alcohol duty and the table tax? That was the question. When will you speak up on those issues?
The Deputy Mayor has to answer. Give time.
In particular, in relation to the question you asked about data, I haven't seen the data that you have. If you say it's just out, I haven't seen it. But I think what we've acknowledged is let's get ourselves all on the same page around data. But just to be clear, I am acknowledging that there are challenges and we're doing whatever we can to help. The particular thing I'd like to talk about is the work in the nighttime economy. We've had the Independent Nighttime Commission, and they came up with a series of recommendations which we have supported. And the next stage for that is the Nightlife Task Force, which will be a nighttime commission, which will be an independent commission.
It's not the question that I asked. I would have asked about the task force if I wanted. I asked, when will you speak up on national insurance contributions? When will you speak up on business rates? When will you speak up on alcohol duty? And when will you speak up on the table tax?
So what I hope I've tried to convey is that I'm acknowledging that there are challenges, and at City Hall, I am focused on the things that are in the gift of City Hall in terms of policy, action, convening. And the reason I was talking about the nighttime work is because it does speak to the points you're raising, which are about supporting hospitality and nightlife venues. And there are a whole series of recommendations which we have supported from the task force, and in train now is the development of an independent nightlife commission, removed from the Mayor but advising the Mayor, and the Mayor has supported that, and that will be announced in due course.
Okay, great. Should we try for the fifth time? Are we on now, Justine? The national insurance contributions, business rates, alcohol duty, table tax. When will you speak up on those things?
As I said.
No, you didn't say. That's why I'm asking again.
Yeah, these are not within my gift in my role.
It is within your gift to stay here today and say these absolutely need to change. They are killing our businesses. You can say that today. Even the Mayor went halfway to saying it. You can say it.
I mean, we're working with government. We're pragmatic about government. We want to do whatever we can together to support. That is our position.
So you would like to see your London councils scrap the table tax?
A table tax?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know what a table tax is.
Jesus, well, that says everything, doesn't it? Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Lord Duval, please.
Slightly less controversial. Sorry, in the last 10 years since the Brexit referendum, what has been the impact of Brexit on our city's creative sector?
Brexit has been really challenging. Brexit is challenging. If you think that the creative EU is the creative economy's biggest marketplace, there is real challenges. There's challenges around visas, around obviously freedom of movement. 4 out of 5 musicians say they've lost work because of it. If you look at European festivals, I think they're down 45% in terms of, musicians and bands from this country. So, there's real challenges. I know that the Mayor has called for a return to the customs union, and those kind of things would make a massive difference, really. They would really open up trade. But it's very difficult. For the creative industries.
So the second EU-UK summit is coming up. Have we in London thought about lobbying with our various partners about what we would like to see part of some of the renewed relationship with Europe post-Brexit? Is there specific issues that we should be asking of government in those negotiations? And is that ongoing here in City Hall? Are we doing that? Yeah. And are we working with others to lobby government on that?
Yeah, I can take that. I mean, obviously, we're really keen to see as much access to funding and opportunity for London's individuals and businesses as possible. So we're working with unions and with some of the key sector players to think about what a good position would look like and what those asks might be. So whilst I wouldn't want to presuppose what the sector might tell us on that at the moment. We can certainly come back and or follow up and look at what we would like to ask for in that situation.
Okay. Just on a wider issue about your department in terms of promotions, and particularly about the role of culture in highlighting issues of conflict. And here in Europe, there has been the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. There might be some apologists around the table for Russia, but we're quite clear about which side we're on. But in and out of that, in terms of the Ukraine conflict, isn't there something we should be doing here in London in a small way of exchanges and cultural issues around some of the issues arising out of that conflict, particularly about some of our younger generation of understanding around some of the choices? We ran last year on the London Assembly about hopes and aspirations from our London Youth Assembly. Where is your department in that conversation, and with other partners here in London that might wish to participate on that?
Yeah, we started working with Kyiv actually in terms of cultural exchange through the World Cities Culture Forum, and we worked with partners within that forum to fund their membership, and that was a few years ago, and that is a really, really productive relationship. Culture is so important in the context of war, because our Ukrainian friends really want to preserve their culture, and so they talk about it as the kind of next front line in Ukraine, because preserving who they are and their identity is absolutely central to what they want to achieve, and we support them in that. So there's a kind of fundamental exchange there, and we've had debates and dialogues and panel sessions, and we facilitated Ukraine coming into an international forum, and that, there's so much support really, and productive engagement now through us with cities like Ukraine and the rest of the world. Other things we're learning from Kyiv are, the value of museums and galleries. When people are feeling under attack, they've become safe spaces, places of contemplation, places of togetherness, places of community and human connection. So I think my feeling is that in the context of this horrific war, culture is really, connecting people. It's a real source of solace and support for our Ukrainian friends. And it's a very kind of engaged and live relationship we talk all the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. One of the emerging themes from today is what is the point of view and your office. And I don't wish to labour that point, but you seem to be unaware of the table tax, which is vital to culture in London. You have an office of 70 people. You didn't seem to know that, or the fact that your annual budget is. You talked about turning up to Taylor Swift concert as part of you representing London. But don't you think the better way to represent London would be to turn up to the political argument that your government is causing with the rise in NI, for instance, devastating pubs, clubs and everybody else? Wouldn't that be a better way to turn up for London rather than turning up to a Taylor Swift concert?
Yeah. Yeah, go.
Yeah. I was just going to respond on the AI point. I mean, the Assembly members would have seen that the Mayor has put money aside to invest in AI, and is currently working with an independent AI task force chaired by Martha-Lane Fox. I'm on the internal steering group for that, and as part of that work, we have been meeting with creative sector stakeholders to hear both their concerns about the impact of AI, but also where the opportunities might lie for the sector. And I know that task force will be reporting in due course, and we hope that work will then emerge from that, which means we can support the sector better, both to harness opportunities that arise from AI, but also to protect around some of the challenges, particularly, as we know, around IP and creative livelihoods.
Thank you. I want to return to the theme, Deputy Mayor, of standing up for the businesses and the creative culture in London. We have a government that's absolutely devastating small businesses, pubs, clubs, restaurants. We have a table tax, which again you didn't seem to be aware of. We have people who are worried about the imposition of this levy for being in London. And you said turning up to a Taylor Swift concert was important to represent London. I'm asking the question, don't you think it's time that you and the Mayor turned up to the conversations about what's actually happening to small businesses in London, of which most of the creative sector is?
Can I just clarify, the table tax, is that pavement licence? Is that another way of describing a pavement licence?
Yes, it's the cost that many councils impose on people who are trying to expand their business by having a few extra tables. But the point is,
I hadn't heard that.
I want to talk about the wider representation you and the Mayor are failing to provide for London businesses.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, two things on that. We'll take it together. Now I understand that it's a pavement licence and table tax is another way of describing it. So on that, obviously we just announced Summer Streets, which is our alfresco dining programme, and that we trialled it last year. 4 projects happened. It was really successful, and now we've got 15 projects. So you'll see over the summer lots of businesses out and about on pavements, expanding tables, more covers. You'll see night markets, you'll see screens, you'll see performances, and you'll see alfresco dining. So there's a real kind of bigger and better approach to pavement licensing through our support for the Mayor's Summer Streets programme. And Shona's going to talk about...
Please be swift because I'm running out of time.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, actually, the costs of payment licensing have come down since the pandemic, and we're not aware of any stakeholders who are lobbying us because of finding those challenging. Obviously, if we hear from others otherwise, then we would act on that, but we're not being lobbied at all around that issue.
But that goes to my point. It's disappointing that you are not aware of the businesses that are lobbying to have these costs lowered, because I guarantee you they are. And it still doesn't get to the point. The Deputy Mayor did not answer the question why she and the Mayor are not representing small London businesses properly by asking this government to reverse its absolutely catastrophic policies that are destroying businesses in London. It is not good enough to say that going to Taylor Swift is representing London when London business would like someone to lower their costs. Thank you, Chair.
I mean, I can only respond that we have done extensive consultation with businesses and continue to talk with them throughout the development of the licensing project. Pavement licensing fees have not come up as an issue.
We are asking you to speak to the government, not those businesses. It's not the businesses imposing the tax, it's the government imposing the tax. It's the government that are stopping these businesses operating, and we're asking the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to speak on their behalf.
Assembly Member Small Edwards, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and still good morning, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I think it's first worth saying that there are Assembly members who do respect and value the work that you do, especially considering it is a crucial kind of economic and social asset, the creative industry, to our city and not just the Department for Fun. Deputy Mayor, do you think it's important that creative workers' intellectual property is protected from being used by AI without their consent?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think that, the value of individuals' IP is really vital, and it's important that it's protected and it's recognised. I think, there's obviously real benefits and opportunities with AI, but there's also, threats and challenges. And I think it's really important that creatives' work is valued within the frameworks that are coming forward around that. I mean, I just look at the £64 billion figure, which is the amount that the creative economy is generating. Now, underneath that, that's human creativity. We look at it as a big figure. It's not just kind of data. It's human ideas, human connections, human creativity. And that's the thing that's driving this incredible economic success for London. And we have to protect and value that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And artists such as Paul McCartney, Elton John and Dua Lipa have warned that AI could have detrimental effects on creatives' livelihood and the industry as a whole. Would you consider urging the Mayor and his AI task force to look at how cultural industries are impacted by generative AI?
Yeah. I'm definitely with Elton. We're with Elton and Paul McCartney. Yes, so the Mayor has an AI short life task force, and the part that I'm playing in that is convening a series of roundtables with the creative industries. I've convened one already, and then we will have one coming up, I think, next week through the Mayor's Cultural Leadership Board, and we're opening up that to wider industry stakeholders. And the purpose of those sessions is to sense check and gather insights from the industry that will feed directly into the Mayor's task force, which is covering the impact on the workforce, the impact on jobs, and the essay questions really, what is it the Mayor should be doing to support businesses and individuals. So the part of the jigsaw that I'm leading on is making sure that those live, kind of quite rapidly moving insights from the creative industries are getting fed directly into the Mayor's task force on AI.
Brilliant. I look forward to seeing what it says. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Yep, still is. With growing concerns over youth antisocial behaviour in my constituency, access to creative outlets, giving young people things to do, is more important than ever. What steps are you taking to expand creative activities for young people, specifically in Havering and Redbridge, please?
Thank you. I mean, I fully agree with you that all young people in London need to have access to culture and creativity. And it's a transformative thing. We've seen so much benefit from young people engaging with culture and creativity, changing life paths, growing confidence, building teams, empathy, all the things you need really to survive and thrive. In terms of the work we're doing, obviously Pan London, we have been running the 4th Plinth Schools Awards, and that has reached 40,000 young people. They come to City Hall every year. It's my favourite day at City Hall. And they come up with incredibly and extraordinary ideas for what they'd like to see in public art, in public spaces. The Mayor also has announced recently more investment into youth clubs. And so we'll be working with our colleagues in the youth teams to make sure that culture is fully part of that offer to young people.
I agree with everything you've said, thank you for what you're doing. But specifically, Havering and Redbridge, would it be possible perhaps to have a Zoom call with you and one or two of the organisations that I work with to see what can be done?
Absolutely.
Brilliant. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Shona. London has the most successful theatre industry in the world, and it's something we should be utterly proud of and completely celebrate. What policies and support do those theatres need to ensure this continues?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, our theatre industry is incredible. And in fact, I was looking, and there's 5 million more visitors going to London theatres than there are in New York, in terms of the latest data. So we're really proud of our incredible world-leading theatre industry. We support in all kinds of different ways the theatre industry. We've done campaigns around theatre. We host West End Live in Trafalgar Square. We support through our infrastructure programme lots of theatres. We've invested in a lot of theatres through good growth money, the Old Vic, Talent House, English National Ballet. So I would say we're kind of working in lots of myriad different ways to support the theatre industry. We're in very live dialogue with them all the time, primarily through the Society for London Theatre, who are the representative body of theatres, but also Meet the Unions, Equity and Bec2 regularly as well. And we're in touch in a kind of grassroots way through the work of the Culture at Risk team. Do you want to add?
Yeah, I was just going to flag some other strategic ways we've been working with the sector. So one of the big issues affecting the theatre sector more broadly is waste and the circular economy. So stage sets, obviously realised across London all of the time, disposed of after use. It costs venues money. It's having carbon impacts on the environment. So we've been working with the National Theatre and a whole range of other theatre organisations to help set up an independent I guess, new organisation and function for the sector that will recycle and repurpose theatre sets. So it can save millions of pounds of money a year to theatres who are able to access reusable sets, and it can save carbon. So that's just one way where we're looking at what role can the Mayor play strategically. We're not a funder of the theatre sector. We don't control national insurance, but where can we put in small amounts of money and then convene a conversation that can make a big difference?
Thank you. You'll be aware of the trend to talk London down. Can you tell us whether, given that we have such a wonderful theatre culture in London, whether that's actually helpful to London and Londoners?
Sorry,
the way that London is talked down.
Oh, yeah. No, it's really damaging that people talk London down, and we've got lots of data now to show that the extent of that negative sentiment is manufactured and not real. So I think the onus is on all of us, everyone around this table, to be advocates and champions of London. It's not something we take for granted. I think we have all got to see ourselves as the champions and advocates and spokespeople of London as the greatest city in the world.
Thank you. And funnily enough, I absolutely agree with you on that one. Not sure that everybody in this room, as we can hear from the mumbling going on, does agree with that sentiment. Deputy Mayor, could you tell us, how do theatre companies talk to both national and regional government to ensure that their policy needs are met?
Lots of different ways. The primary way we talk to the industry as a whole is through the industry representative bodies. So that would be the Society of London Theatre, Bec2, Equity, etc. Then you've got other more general spokespeople, such as the National Campaign for the Arts. So there's myriad ways in which we engage, and those organisations also engage nationally. So that's the main mechanism. And then case by case, I'm always out and about, and it's really important, those informal conversations at theatre shows, at lunches, all of that, all of those dialogues get fed in. It's always a really useful kind of mode of communication.
And is there anything else that you can think of that the theatre industry needs to ensure their outstanding success?
I mean, there's the challenges for the theatre industry are both generic and specific. So we've set out already lots of the challenges, the difficult funding climate, cost of living, etc., Brexit. These are all the systemic challenges that affect the sector as a whole. And then within theatre, theatres are all looking to be more diverse, find new talents, build sustainable business models, all of these things. And we're in a live dialogue with myriad different theatres and industry bodies to help support, convene, bring people together, share our best ideas.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Towell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. So firstly, just with regards to your role, would you agree with me that our voluntary groups like Scouts and Girl Guides add so much to London's culture?
Yeah, I love the Scouts and Guides. I was a guide. And a brownie.
Fantastic. Thank you for that answer. Now, returning to the subject of the tourist tax that my colleague raised at the start of the meeting, is as things stand, scout camps or campsites, including those owned by organisations like the Scouts and the Girl Guides, are currently set to be included in the tourist tax. Now, the government have confirmed to the Scouts that the decision on whether groups like this can be exempt sit with the administrations implementing the tax, so in this case, the mayoralty. So can I ask that you will join me in lobbying the mayor to exempt under 18s, voluntary organisations and sites owned by voluntary organisations from paying the tourist tax?
So that's about tax being levied on campsites.
Is that like a campsite tax? Is that okay? Yeah, I mean, I think what I'd say is it is in a consultation process right now, so I can't speak to the specifics of it. The kind of guiding light really for us is that we want it to benefit London. We want it to benefit the economic growth and support for London. And we await the outcome of the consultation.
Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To come back to you in terms of, and some of the, you've raised it already in your opening statement, but obviously on the East Bank, we've now delivered a new cultural offer in the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. What value do you believe that organisations like the V&A Storehouse and Sadler's Wells East bring to our great city?
Thank you. I mean, I'm hugely proud of East Bank. Having worked on the Olympic Festival and then seeing the Olympic legacy through, I think it is just an incredible gift to London. It's the biggest cultural and education district in 150 years. We know in terms of value that we're projecting it will bring 1.5 billion of economic impact into London, that it will create 2,500 jobs. And there's already, I think, 14,000 students on site. It's the biggest ever investment. Even the Storehouse, by the way, the V&A, have overshot all their visitor numbers. They're up to, every time I kind of look at the data, it's like another 100,000. I think they're up to over 600,000 visitors since May, and it's been really recognised as an international exemplar. So the lovely thing about the V&A is that you have both this incredible archive, and then you have the permanent exhibition and the temporary exhibition galleries, and also the way in which the V&A works symbiotically with the other partners on the site, I think is a really fantastic thing. So if you are a fashion student at London College of Fashion, where is it you need to go for your inspiration? It's the V&A's fashion collection, and you can now walk across the park 10 minutes and book and see it, you know. And Sadler's Wells is also working with the V&A. We've had the festival at the weekend. Everyone's kind of collaborating programmatically, I think, which is really nice, because we've always wanted it to be greater than the sum of its parts, and you can see that ambition really taking off now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic space over there. Obviously, it sits within the regenerated Olympic Village area, which sits around many underserved communities. You talked about 2,500 jobs that this is going to be created just at East Bank. How can we make sure that underserved communities in this part of London, but across London, benefit from the cultural offer that we have?
Yeah, I mean, that is the heart of the mission, honestly. And if you talk to any of those institutions, it's the number one thing that is front of mind. They absolutely don't want to land there. They absolutely want to work with communities locally. I mean, I saw it firsthand very early on when I went to, before it was even built, I went to one of the schools on the site, and they didn't even have all the students in, all the pupils in yet, and already they knew about Sadler's Wells. Already Sadler's Wells had been there doing dance workshops, etc. And actually, I was just looking, Sadler's Wells have offered, to date, 50% of all the new jobs have gone to local people. And when you look at what's happening in the apprenticeships and in the, at all levels really, there's real concerted effort going in to making this a real game-changing moment for East London communities.
I'd say that's, really delivering results. I mean, they've had 40,000 young people involved in opportunities so far. Obviously, all of those organisations were working long in advance of their buildings opening. There was £11 million brought into Foundation for Future London, who were funding local projects in that area throughout. So the buildings opening has not been the start of it. There's already been some really significant impact in that area.
I mean, I think you've answered mostly in terms of actually how culture impacts on economic growth. Just sort of looking beyond the scope of just the East Bank, how has, leading on culture in a way that you've done ensure that we've grown our economy here in London?
Yeah, I mean, the cultural economy has grown. I was looking at the last time I was looking at the former data, and it was worth 51 or 52 billion for the London economy. And today I'm in front of you saying it's now worth 64 billion. So it is, the creative economy is a growth. It's definitely a growth area. Jobs are growing, etc. So I think it is something that is absolutely a USP for London. But as you say, broader than that, I think culture can do so much for us. It can nurture our souls, it can help us with loneliness, it can connect us to each other. It has this depth and breadth, I think, more than any other policy area, and it's a real privilege to work in it for London.
I think there's something to say around resilience as well, an opportunity. I mean, COVID was an absolutely devastating time, and we worked really hard. We were the first money to get out of the building to support venues and artists who were being affected. COVID hit the sector with an estimated loss of £14.5 billion. We lost over 100,000 jobs, but actually we've increased that GVA, that sector, by 25% since 2020. So there is something about how resilient and that sector can be and the opportunities it provides for people. We've got 1 in 5 jobs in the capital in the creative economy.
Phenomenal. I mean, it sounds like you're delivering good growth in every postcode and hope in every heart. But if I can bring you back to something you said at Economy Committee last week around licensing, because actually you talked about the GVA there. You said something really strong, actually, in terms of if we had the similar licensing powers that New York had, that could add £2 billion to the London economy. I'm not sure what I was hearing from the other side of the chamber earlier, but certainly when I listened to the businesses that were presenting to us before you came in to the chamber at that committee, if I quote Business London, enabling the mayor to call in licensing applications, as is already the case with planning applications, will help him to support the capital's pubs, clubs and restaurants to cut through unnecessary red tape where there are strategic interests at stake. In particular, ensuring the nighttime economy in central London thrives as part of a truly 24/7 city is crucial for Londoners, visitors and the capital's economy as a whole. How are you going to make sure that that happens?
Yeah. The new licensing powers will create a massive boost. There's no doubt about it. And it's great to hear that feedback. I think in terms of how it will make a difference, how it will boost, we've got the kind of comparators internationally. But what have we heard from businesses? I mean, I've hosted like roundtables with businesses, and they describe this story of a phrase they use is it's like the Wild West. Right, 33 different policies. They describe paper systems, PDFs. Something can be a club in one borough, and then the definition. They say they can become a pub in another venue. So there's difference of definitions, a kind of analog system. They complain about the lack of transparency. I think the biggest thing is, the risk of appeal and how much that costs a business. I said, tens of thousands of pounds have been spent. So, just kind of cutting out that kind of waste in the system, because that's not just costing a business, that's costing the taxpayer. Because if you're a local authority, you're fighting that. And if you're a small business, you're disproportionately affected. So our goal is to work with local authorities and with businesses to remove all of that friction in the system and make it, cut all that red tape. And where there are challenging cases, call them in and have a strategic look at them. But I think, in a way, success looks like not calling things in. Success looks like everything's working really well at a local level. So that's really our goal, isn't it? Do you want to?
And I think if I can get into the nuts and bolts of it, with some examples. I mean, we are And this is a really difficult landscape for everybody, and we're working really closely with boroughs, with businesses, and with the Met Police and MOPAC and others. I mean, some of those examples are that Justine talked about the sort of different definitions for things. There's no standard definitions for risk in some of these approaches, for example, around music events licensing. And there is absolute appetite from everyone to come together. We just sat on a call with the Met Police and some music stakeholders last week. Absolute desire to come together and go, right, what does good look like? How do you make sure that you're assessing risk here and here equally? And how can we put together a framework? What might standard licensing conditions look like so that a business can know when it goes into something what it might have to deal with? Because, of course, there's the cost of hearings, but then there's also the cost of any conditions that are levied on a licence that a business then has to deal with. So how can we work with the sector to look at how we can standardise conditions, for example? There's a lot of voluntary work that we can do in this system because everyone is coming together around this. Everyone wants to work better together. So although there are lots of challenges, we're also pushing on a lot of open doors.
Yeah, well, hopefully those doors will open so we can got better nightlife offer it across
Later
our
at
city.
night, yes.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Just going back to the point that Assemblymember Clark raised actually earlier, I hear what was being said today, but certainly last year, the application for extended licensing at Twickenham was refused by the council, and certainly I think what we heard from businesses across the board was greater clarity, standardisation, de-risking some of those applications that they're putting in. One of them had a 5-figure sum that they had to pay in order to take it through appeal, which is just unaffordable for most businesses. And talking about sums, I know there's a challenge on the other side where they couldn't even define the table tax that they're asking you about earlier. They've raised the topic of national insurance contributions time and time again, but if we just hark back our memories just to 2 years ago and the rationale for introducing that national insurance contributions, it has added £25 billion into the NHS. That is 10% of the current budget for the NHS. Now, I don't know about you, but it sounds like they want to cut 10% out of the NHS budget. Can I just check with you that you don't want to cut NHS budget by 10%?
I don't.
Thank you very much. Okay.
It was a question about the NHS.
No, I asked a specific. You can play back the transcript. I asked, do you want to cut the NHS budget by 10%?
You said that the national insurance contributions has raised that amount of money. Do you want to keep it? She said yes. I'm sorry you don't understand your own question.
So many inaccuracies from Assemblymember Mahfouz today.
Yeah, little too much to and fro there. Have you finished, Assemblymember Mahfouz?
I certainly have.
Hooray!
Assemblymember McCartney, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Haringey is very excited to be the London Borough of Culture next year. Could you just tell us how has the Borough of Culture increased access to art and culture? And reflecting on previous boroughs that have had this award, how has the process or the events changed and what have you learnt from it?
Thank you. The London Borough of Culture has really been a flagship programme, and it's enabled us to work with local boroughs and local communities really deeply across the whole of London. It grew out of a feeling that, culture was largely concentrated in the centre of London, and so we've really focused on making sure that culture is reaching all corners of the capital, but that also, talent and creativity and ideas are celebrated from wherever they come from. And there is incredible talent and creativity across all of our London boroughs. And that's what the London Borough of Culture is shining a light on. So far, 16 boroughs have been involved through either being the main programme or we have our kind of spotlight programmes. We've reached over 3 million audiences, and the Mayor's investment has leveraged over 25 million, so it's been great value for money. I think what we've seen are a really broad range of positive impacts from the London Borough of Culture. We've seen economic growth, we've seen civic pride grow, we've seen thousands of artists and creatives given work, and we've seen volunteering, really go through the roof. I mean, I remember very clearly when we first started it, with Waltham Forest being the first borough, and just as Waltham Forest, London Borough of Culture, was coming to an end, COVID hit, and they had created a fantastic volunteering programme. They called them the Legends of the Forest, with the volunteers. And then COVID hit, and I remember seeing the leader, and I said, "How are you? How's it all going?" And she said, that we've pivoted. The Legends of the Forest have become the COVID volunteers. So, they really, it's created kind of deep and long-lasting change. I think, it's really grown a sense of civic pride in place. It's stimulated. It's given people a way to connect with their boroughs through volunteering programmes, through community programmes, through artistic programmes. So it's really connected people into the borough, into each other, and shone a spotlight on our incredible boroughs.
Great. And obviously, I just want to know, are you measuring, for example, that all ages and all communities actually do get involved and they have a fair share and fair opportunities?
Yeah, we do a lot of measurement.
Yeah, and on our website we've got a range of impact reports from each of the completed Borough of Cultures. So you can go into those and see specifically how they've been reaching young people, different communities. We've had 25,000 opportunities for young people so far in the programme. But yeah, there's full impact reports from each of them there.
Good. And do you have any evidence as to what the legacy has been as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that, again, some of that is covered in the impact reports. We always wait for a little while afterwards, but we'll be doing more to update on that. I mean, it ranges in all sorts of things. I mean, Justine already talked about the volunteer programme in Waltham Forest. Obviously, the arrival of Soho Theatre, Walthamstow, was also part of a big push on regeneration and using culture in place that the council then continued long after Borough of Culture. They brought in millions of pounds worth of investment actually to support Soho Theatre and other developments in the area. In Croydon, that focus has really been on supporting the local cultural community. So Mayor Perry and his team are still backing and supporting the local community hubs that were set up through that. Stanley Arts is one, which is near where I live in the area, and looking at supporting like the network of cultural organisations. They've got more NPOs than they had before, so it's actually attracting more Arts Council investment as well. One of the things we've been doing is working with a partners board on London Borough of Culture with Heritage Lottery funders, with the Arts Council, with Port Hamlin Foundation and other funders. So they are using the work that we've been doing to sort of capacity build in the local area for culture and community organisations to be applying for funding from them. And that's been really valuable to them. So they've actually been reporting on how much their investment into those places has increased because of the Mayor's investment in London Borough of Culture and the way we've worked together with them as partners. So, yeah, lots of different ways that that's had a legacy.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell, please.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, Justine. Many trans and gender diverse Londoners are feeling anxious, frightened and uncertain about what the future holds following publication of the EHRC's revised Code of Practice for Service Providers and Associations. Now, that anxiety extends to visiting museums, galleries and other cultural venues and working in them. So have any cultural venues already contacted you for advice following the publication of the draft revised code? And how are you supporting these venues to remain trans-inclusive?
Thank you. I mean, first of all, just to state, we want all our cultural venues to be welcoming and inclusive to all. And it is something we know that cultural venues in London care very deeply about getting right. As you say, there's a code of practice. I think what we've seen is that many arts organisations they're in a period of review because the code of practice is quite recent, and they are looking at the impact on visitor services, if there's any amendments there they need to make. They're looking at their facilities. They're looking at revised staff guidance, and they're looking at their inclusion policies. Obviously, these are all operational decisions for venues. Our team we haven't, to my knowledge, had anyone come to us about it, and that is probably because it is a national policy and it's an operational decision. But I know that the team are in touch with venues that we work very closely with, such as the Museum of London, a sponsored museum. In understanding what they're doing, the London Museum have got a trans, non-binary and intersex inclusion policy. They've got gender-neutral toilets, they've got a trans staff network, and they are training front-of-house staff following the EHRC new guidance. So that's a kind of insight into a relationship that's we're the sponsor body, so yeah. But I think to return to the main point, it's, we want everyone to feel welcome in all of our cultural spaces.
Thank you. That's really important to hear. I don't know if you know, the Museums Association have recently put out a statement endorsing Leicester University's Research Centre for Museums and Galleries Trans-Inclusive Culture Guidance. And if you haven't come across that, I can send you some information about it. But the guidance is currently being updated following the EHRC's revised Code of Practice to help cultural organisations to continue to ensure that the safety and welcome for trans visitors and staff. Now, you described access to culture as a human right in your opening. The Research Centre for Museums and Galleries says that cultural organisations have a significant role to play in advancing trans equality as part of their wider equality commitments. So do you share that view, and how will you be sort of reflecting that in your work with London's cultural sector?
Yeah, I do. I believe that everyone should access art and culture as a human right. It should be a universal right. Absolutely working with venues, cultural spaces, to ensure that, we are not missing any tricks in making sure that culture is accessible to all and everyone feels safe and everyone feels welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, trans and gender diverse Londoners play a huge part in London's cultural life. Yeah. And so it's really important that City Hall kind of, supports venues to remain safe and welcoming spaces for everyone to either work or experience cultural events. So thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, just a point of personal explanation. If the Deputy Chair's slur earlier on about Russian apologists was intended to be towards this direction, can I just remind him I have a Ukrainian sister-in-law and our family offer to support a Ukrainian refugee family, so it's very clear on which side I'm on in that conflict. Thank you.
Fine. I don't think that was directed anyone in particular. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Really pleased to hear you say everyone should have access to culture, and as someone who loves culture, very much reinforce that. We know not everyone does have access to culture, though, and we have a huge inequality gap in London. What work are you specifically doing to make sure that more culture is more affordable and more accessible to a wider group of people?
Well, access runs through everything that we do. So the biggest thing really is the London Borough of Culture. All of that, majority of that programme is free to access. And, a lot of the evidence shows that the best place to start is in your neighbourhood, right? It can be a big psychological kind of gap coming into central London for the first time and going to a big theatre. So actually something like the London Borough of Culture, it just makes culture accessible. It makes it just kind of a normal thing to do in your locality. So, and we've seen 3 million people take part in it by taking culture into the boroughs, growing culture in the boroughs. So that's really important. Using the school system with young people, something like the Fourth Pint Schools Awards. 40,000 young people have now been involved in that. And again, it's just kind of making it a normal part of daily life, that you might have a creative idea, that you might go to a show, that you might attend a festival, normalising it as something for everyone. Through our creative enterprise zones, we have employment engagement programs through that, so that when we're seeing all this growth in creative enterprise zones, I mentioned before, growth in the zones business growth has been 22%. So when those new jobs become available, they're in a location. So young people are already ready and skilled and ready to go into those jobs in their local area, and that becomes a kind of gateway into a wider industry. And then the other thing I'd say is that, it's really important that we hold on to free museums and galleries as a policy, I would say. We think that is really important to lower all those access barriers, because it is about cost, but sometimes it's also about perception, and those two things come together, I think. And so taking all of those barriers away means that more people can access culture.
I think that's so important on the museums and galleries.
Yeah.
On a separate but sort of related topic, the Musicians Union have been running a campaign for a couple of years now called Back Your Buskers. Okay. It's very much focused on Westminster, where they're asking for accessible, viable busking spots, because most of them, in fact all of them, have been removed from Leicester Square. There seems to be generally a crackdown on busking spots. Have you engaged with the campaign at all? And if not, would you be happy to meet with the Musicians Union?
Really happy to meet them. Yeah, I met them. We quite recently met the Musicians Union. They didn't raise busking, but I'm very happy to talk to them about busking. I've done lots of work with buskers. We've established a kind of busking practices. We've done a lot. We've had kind of our own programme of supporting buskers and programming buskers all around London. We've worked with the transport system to support buskers on the underground. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Great.
Yeah.
Moving on to artificial intelligence, which I know you've already had a brief conversation with Assembly Member Small Edwards about. Just to pick up on that, it was good to hear that this task force is happening. I noticed it was short life. I meet artists all the time, and I know you do too, who tell me that they're worried about artificial intelligence. What work are you doing to make sure that the artists who wouldn't necessarily know this task force is going on, wouldn't know the London Assembly exists and don't really know what the Mayor's powers are? How are you making sure that as many creative artists as possible are heard? Because the TUC was running a creative workers campaign.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just being pragmatic at the moment because it is short life. So I have met with the representative bodies of artists, so Equity and the MU, etc. But I'm equally happy to meet with anyone. We just want to kind of synthesise the most important insights and get them into the task force right now, because we've got this kind of window of opportunity. So that it's a pragmatic approach in this kind of short window. But I think what I'd say to you is it's not the end of it. This is an ongoing challenge and opportunity for London, and it's a very big concern for a lot of creatives, and I share that.
Good to hear. We have a climate crisis. We spoke about culture and art being used to speak up for Ukrainians. I think culture has such an important role to play in terms of setting narratives and in terms of setting vision. What role do you see culture and art playing in tackling the climate crisis? And is there any specific work you've done or are planning to do in helping that?
Yeah, I agree. I think culture can do a whole range of things to support the climate crisis. As you say, one is to use the voice of artists. I think we see a lot of that. Advocacy, shifting a narrative, especially when, the public can... It's hard, isn't it, to say the same thing over and over again, isn't it? I know you find this. So I think sometimes artists have the ability to come at something from a different angle and get a bit of cut through and remind people of the urgency of things. So I think that is really important. I think the other part is, kind of demonstrating in practice through the work of the creative sector that we're doing everything we can. Shona mentioned the Restage project, which is an idea that we are piloting with the National Theatre. And the idea is that what we've noticed is that, it's very hard for theatres to recycle their sets. The appetite is there, they want to do it, but the mechanism isn't there. So Restage is kind of like a library where when you finished a set, you'll break it down into its component parts. It would go into the restage building, and then another theatre can come in and use that wood afterwards. So we're looking at kind of tactical things that we can do that people really want that would make a difference. I myself have worked for many years. In fact, I co-wrote the first Green Guide Theatre.
I apologise, but the Green Group is now out of time.
I'll tell you about it another time.
Sorry for interrupting. Can I ask, anybody else indicated? No. Can I ask what specific steps can the Mayoralty do to help games companies in London to grow and thrive? And that's bearing in mind that London's is the most expensive place in the UK to employ people.
Did you say games?
Games industry.
Yeah, so a games industry is a really important sector in London. London is Europe's biggest consumer city for games, and over the time we've been working with the games industry, we've seen games businesses double. And so our work with the games industry has been through the establishment of Games London. And that is an organisation that is like the sister organisation to Film London. So their job is to look at what we can do to support the growth of the games industry.
What have been the conclusions of Games London? Because it's still expensive to employ people in London.
Yeah, so what we're doing is looking at where we can support. So we're doing things like the business advice. We run through Games London the London Games Festival, which is showcasing. We bring together games businesses with investors. And then on the esports perspective, I was over at an esports event the other week, and esports is a really important growth area. 640 million people play esports, and it's predicted to be worth 10 billion by 2033.
Yeah, but the trouble with esports is that it is actually quite niche and doesn't employ a lot of people, whereas games developers do.
I think, honestly, I'm not sure if that's true. It's a 10 billion. It's projected to be a 10 billion pound global industry.
Yeah, but it doesn't employ any. It doesn't provide the employment the games industry does.
Well, if I can break it down, the esports industry, it employs marketing people, event people, lighting people, production people. You know, there's a whole ecosystem that supports esports. So it is really a big employer, and we're keen to do more. We've had the League of Legends here, we had Blast Premier, and
would
then
you be willing to make? We all know the games industry in London is fantastic. It's what you're doing to make it better.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to write to the government to outline what the concerns of the games industry in London are, and back them up?
I mean, we are. If the games industry came to me with particular concerns, I would 100% look at them.
No, I'm asking if you'd write to the government backing their requests.
What are their requests?
Well, you're going to talk to them, aren't you? But would you be willing to write to the government backing what they are saying? I mean, or is there no point in coming to you if you're not going to be writing to the government to outline those concerns?
Look, I'm always happy to engage with the government, and I'm always happy to engage with games industries. I think at the moment this is a kind of abstract thing because we don't know what the actual request is. But I guess what I'm saying to you is my door is open.
You would be willing.
I'm always willing to talk to games industry, always willing to talk to government. But what I would try and convey is that we are doing a lot of positive work in this space.
And we have to finish that question now, as we've now come to the end, unless who's got some time left? Nobody in Labour wants to. So thank you for your contribution. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? And sorry, you are free to go. Thank you very much. I would like to propose that oh yes, will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9A in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1H in order to allow the remaining business on this agenda to be completed? Right. I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for. Do we really want an hour or 40? Sorry, what? I'm hearing a
Half hour.
Caroline is saying an
hour.
45. Let's split the difference.
Hour. I'm getting a consensus of an hour. So back here at 1:20. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to those. Welcome to the people in the public gallery. We're going to do petitions first. Can I ask Assembly Member Hirani to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to present this petition, which was handed to me by local residents. It regards the commercial units at Willesden Green Tube Station, which are just taking an extraordinary amount of time to get open and occupied. And it reads that for years, Willesden Green Station has served as a vital transport hub for countless residents and commuters crossing this vibrant North London area daily. However, numerous commercial units within the station remain empty, and these spaces, instead of enhancing our community, stand neglected, often boarded up, and are poorly maintained. This is not just an eyesore for us, the residents, commuters and local business owners, but it's also attracting crime and increasing antisocial and intimidating behaviour, but is also a missed opportunity for Willesden Green to thrive culturally and economically. We, the undersigned residents, commuters, local businesses and proprietors of Willesden Green, formally call upon TfL, Places for London, to take immediate and effective action to address the prolonged vacancy of commercial units at Willesden Green Tube Station. It has 1,090 signatures, although I believe since it was first brought to the attention of the Plenary and Community Services, it's now about 1,200, so let's get those units open.
Thank you. Can I now ask Assembly Member Ahmad to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you very much, Chair. The petition reads, our community needs a new pedestrian crossing on Queen's Road near to York Grove and St Mary's Road. Queen's Road is a very busy road and can be difficult and dangerous to cross. There is currently a large gap, 0.2 miles or 321 metres, between the crossing next to Queen's Road Station and the one on Lesane Road. The gap is too big for a residential area, with lots of pedestrians needing to get from one side to the other. The crossings currently provided are not a natural walking route for people coming to and from Nunhead Station, or to anyone using York Grove, Asbury Road or St Mary's Road and the surrounding area. This is also an area with multiple schools, with lots of children needing to cross the road here on a daily basis. There have been many accidents and near misses at this spot, as it is dangerous. Queen's Road is a red route overseen and maintained by TfL. We are calling on TfL and the Mayor of London to fund and deliver a safe crossing over Queen's Road near to York Grove and St Mary's Road. The petition has 374 signatories and is a community-led one. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Roberts to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. The petition is as follows to the Mayor of London and TfL. While a significant investment is going into the construction of Cycle Superhighway 9 between Hammersmith and Hounslow, the existing cycle path along the A4 Great West Road from Cranford to Chiswick remains neglected. The current surface is uneven and frequently strewn with debris, including broken glass, which increases the risk of punctures and forces cyclists to divert onto the inside lane of the A4, a fast-moving and hazardous environment for vulnerable road users. At several junctions, the cycle path abruptly disappears, leaving cyclists with no safe or direct route across, often requiring dismounting or merging with motor traffic. We are calling for urgent action to make this vital commuter route safer and more accessible. Specifically, we ask for resurfacing of the existing A4 cycle path to ensure a smooth and safe ride, regular sweeping and maintenance to remove debris and prevent punctures or accidents, safer crossing infrastructure at junctions, particularly at Gillette Corner, to protect cyclists and encourage active travel, ensuring bus stop safety for all by improving cyclist-passenger interface and upgrading ineffective paint markings. The A4 cycle path is the key link in West London's cycling network and deserves the same attention and safety standards being applied elsewhere.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor or the Transport for London as appropriate for responses? Agreed. Can I ask the Assembly to note the responses received to the petitions presented at the 13th of November 2025, 5th of February 2026 and 5th of March 2026 London Assembly plenary meetings? And now we come on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. I think it's probably a good idea just to say that this meeting is going to go on for as long as you want.
Thank you, Chair.
As long as you want. And just a few notes. We don't limit the number of speakers, but is your contribution adding something new? Or can it be summarised as me too? And let's face it, if you're doing it for clips, then I'd just like to read something to you. If you're doing it for clips, maximum engagement is 15 to 30 seconds. Explaining something is 30 to 60 seconds. Storytelling or commentary is 60 to 90 seconds. And anything over 2 minutes, only if the content is exceptionally compelling. If you'd just like to bear that in mind for the next session that we're going to have. And now I have also, because there are people in the public gallery who are particularly concerned about one particular motion that's been put today, I'm going to be taking that first, and that's the motion that's actually on the end of the agenda, 3.14. And so if I can ask, it's in your name, isn't it? Yeah. So if I can ask Assembly Member Baker to present her motion, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the Chair and the Assembly for moving this up to recognise the campaigners in the audience. So the Freedom Pass. So the older person's Freedom Pass is something that London values, something London wants to protect, to show that we value our older people and recognise their contribution to our city. And we all know that when there were rumours of reviews, of cuts and of curtailments, to be honest, there was only one question I got asked every time I ventured outside this building, which was, do they want to take my Freedom Pass away? And I'm still getting asked it now. So I'd like to congratulate Age UK London and Unite Community London and Eastern, represented in the public gallery, for their successful campaign to achieve assurances on its protection. We know that the pass is used by older people to visit family and friends, reducing social isolation and enable active lifestyles, as well as being able to allow older people to volunteer and contribute in other ways. Frankly, the social good of the Freedom Pass far outweighs any financial savings that could be released by cutting the pass or reducing its eligibility. So thanks very much again for the campaigners for their work on this, and I hope all Assembly members feel the same way and could support this motion.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Clark to second the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the motion which is coming before us. However, there is a certain amount of historical revisionism going on with this motion. The original report, which was commissioned by London councils, was commissioned by a Labour chair of the Transport and the Environment Committee at London Councils, which was heavily dominated by Labour at the time. The Transport and Environment Committee itself was heavily dominated by Labour at the time. The rumours which were put about the axing of the Freedom Pass were put around by Labour council leaders, such as Councillor Peter Mason from Ealing, and endorsed by the former chair of London Councils, Councillor Claire Holland, former leader of Southwark. This was the most disgraceful. Lambert, I apologise. This was simply the most disgraceful piece of politicking going into an election that I've seen in a long time. It played upon the fears of those people who thought that they were going to be losing a vital piece of their lifestyle infrastructure, and there was never any threat. All that was said at one point in the meeting was This is an expensive piece of kit, isn't it? Which I think we can all agree. It is an expensive piece of kit, but it is well worth paying for. So while I welcome this motion, it really needs to be put on the record that the rumours of its cancellation came from Labour. The rumours of it being saved by Labour came from Labour. This was a Labour campaign which spectacularly backfired on them, and I'm glad that Assembly Member Baker has been questioned about this on the doorstep, because it was Labour that put this rumour around in the first place. Thank you.
Any other contributions? Assembly Member Clark.
And that was just all about strange. Oh, sorry, I'll stand up. Just to say thank you to Assemblymember Baker for bringing this motion. It's a good one, and thank you to all the campaigners who are here in the audience and who brought the oversized Freedom Pass at lunchtime. That's all.
Thank you. Assemblymember Baker to sum up.
Thanks. Yeah, just to sum up, I had understood previous to this this part of the meeting that Assemblymember Roberts was very keen that we didn't mention any party political aspects of this. I hadn't intended to, but so I think it's a little bit weird, because the motion is congratulating the campaigners. It makes no reference to any party politics, but the fact is that it was your party that did mention the review, and everyone here and everyone in the Labour group was very strong immediately, as was the Mayor, to protect it. So when we try and come together, I'd really like to urge you to really come together, read the motion, see what it says, and not take attention from the campaigners who have come here to support and have worked really hard to get those reassurances. So let's all just think about the big picture once, OK? And that's my summing up. And thank you again to the campaigners who actually did all the work. And I do hope we will all be voting for this motion.
May I see all those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
Is that unanimous? I believe that's unanimous.
That is.
I believe that's unanimous.
That is unanimous. Assembly Member Bakari, I'm well known for not being in favour of heckling, so I'd rather you didn't. We'll now go back to motion 3.1 on the agenda, which is in the name of Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. So it's a little known to the public, but widely known, I think, to people who are or have been councillors, that it's a requirement when you're a councillor, if you are voting in the annual budget process to set council tax for your residents, you must yourself be up to date on your own council tax. And it is, in fact, a criminal offence to vote to set council tax when you're in arrears under the Local Government Finance Act 1992. What's come to light in recent events is that this law, which seems perfectly sensible and that I've never heard any objection to, doesn't apply to us here in the London Assembly. So when we vote in the annual budget process, for or against the Mayor's budget, for or against setting the Mayor's precept on the council tax, possibly to increase it or lower it or do something else with it, that doesn't apply to us. We may be in arrears, we may not even be registered to pay council tax at all. It turns out none of that matters. We, as Assembly members, can, with full legal powers, vote to set council tax for other people when we have not paid or not registered or possibly don't even know whether we're meant to be paying it. And this just seems like a completely obvious loophole in a piece of legislation that obviously predates the GLA by almost a decade, in fact. And so this motion proposes two things. Number one, that we lobby the government to update the Local Government Finance Act at a convenient point to insert that obvious omission so that the law that applies to all the councillors in London would apply to us as well. And in the meantime, we effectively have a voluntary system here in the London Assembly whereby, as part of our code of conduct or just as a voluntary declaration, we each would declare that we are complying with that requirement on councillors, even though we are not legally required to. I think I'm assuming everyone will agree. Seems like an obvious gap, which I hope we can all agree should be filled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to second the motion, please.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Are there any, can I see any contributions from the floor? No. Assembly Member Hall.
Well, I always do as I'm told, so I will say me too to my colleague who put it absolutely brilliant. And I will just say, of course, we should all be paying our council tax. It's just ridiculous that anybody wouldn't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett to sum up, please. That's very good. Non-verbal summing up. That's a first, I think. And so we're going to move to the vote. Somebody has to ask. Assembly Member Hall asking for
a recorded vote.
A roll call.
What's his name?
Thank you, Chair. We have a request for a recorded vote in relation to this motion. I will call Assembly members alphabetically with the Chair listed at the end, and I will ask members to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
For, and I paid my council tax.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett.
For.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member Hamdash.
For.
Assembly Member Harani. Oh, apologies. Assembly Member Mahfouz.
For.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
For.
Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Small Edwards.
For.
Assembly Member Turrell.
For.
Assembly Member Wilson.
For.
And Assembly Member Boff, the Chair.
For.
Thank you, members. That is 21 votes in favour. That's unanimous and that's carried.
Okay, we now move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Roberts. This has been amended. There have been changes to the motion. Perhaps if you could summarise those changes when you rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today as the supreme unopposed leader of the People's Democratic London Borough of Richmond upon Thames, a title which I wear with humility, immense humility, the sort of humility one develops when one's party wins every single seat and one begins to commission small bronze statues of oneself to be placed in the high streets of one's borough. I am, of course, delighted by the excellent judgment of the Richmond electorate. Their discernment is beyond reproach, their good taste beyond dispute. But even I, benevolent though my reign may be, have to admit that winning just over half the vote should not, in any sane democracy, entitle one to every single seat of the legislative body. 51% of the vote, actually 51.5 if we're being technical, 51.5% of the vote should not mean 100% of the seats. That is not democracy. It is what happens when an election was designed by Putin and executed by Kim Jong-un.
It's like a returning officer.
A landslide for us should not mean a wipeout for local democracy. Strong opposition matters. Stop it. Strong opposition matters. Scrutiny matters. Representation matters, even and perhaps especially when one is enjoying the view from the imperial balcony. Because the Liberal Democrats have backed electoral reform since the party was founded. We recognise that this is not an abstract constitutional point. It goes to the heart of whether our political system works at all. We know that the general public are fed up. They look at the NHS, the economy, housing, public services, and, yes, potholes, and ask why our country so often feels unable to solve obvious problems. The answer is not that the voters have failed politics, it's that politics has failed the voters. If we want to fix the country, we have to fix politics itself and move beyond this first-past-the-post system once and for all.
The London Assembly already uses a more proportional system because we accept that a city as diverse as London deserves more than winner-takes-all politics. This motion simply asks why local government should be any different. So, as, albeit temporary, Supreme Leader of Richmond, it is my firmest belief that no one should have absolute power because as a result of a distorted electoral system. Not Conservatives, not Labour, not Reform, and painful though it is to say, not even Liberal Democrats. Of impeccable taste and radiant virtue, I should add. I will therefore urge members to support this motion, and benevolent though my reign may be, I will frown upon anybody who dares to vote against such a supremely sensible motion. Now, the Chair invited me to say what the difference is. We're looking for a more proportional system rather than a proportional system.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's
Thank
the
you.
alteration. Yeah.
Assembly Member Bakari to second.
With your permission, Chair, and under the benevolent gaze of the Supreme Leader, Emperor Roberts, I would like to reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Chair. So on the substance of this motion, I welcome the amendment to their own motion, where they, because I am broadly sympathetic to the case of more proportional systems being introduced, as we've done, of course, with this very Assembly itself. However, I am reluctant to support full proportional representation because we have seen, particularly all too often at the moment, where those systems mean that governments have to pander to smaller extremist parties and how incredibly difficult it can be to deliver meaningful change. But, ladies and gentlemen, irony is not dead here at the London Assembly. It is well and truly alive with the brass neck of Assembly Member, Council Leader, Vice Chair of London Council's Gareth Roberts, or Three Jobs Roberts, as the most of his Lib Dem colleagues call him. Assembly Member Roberts, as you have tabled this motion, let's see if you're prepared to put your money where your mouth is. You have said, in your own words, no one should have absolute power. And as you all know, as someone who is very much solutions-focused person myself, we've got the problem. I've got a solution to the North Korean problem that you have, the Richmond upon Taedong River, or twinned with Pyongyang, as you're looking to do. With 100% of the councillors, you now, of course, no longer have to deal with dissent locally. But, Assembly Member Roberts, if you really feel you want to correct the wrong of this one-party state in Richmond, he could ask today, ring up a councillor in each of the wards he represents in Richmond and ask them today to stand down and cause a by-election in a third. So a third of the seats. Would be given up. He could make sure that he doesn't stand in those by-elections. He could still have a two-thirds working majority, but you'd be opening the doors to have other voices represented in the chamber. Right now, without having to ask the Mayor, without having to ask the Secretary of State to act or do anything. To me, that seems proportional. So, Assemblyman Roberts, will you show us your true colours today and act and do the right thing for the residents of Richmond?
Is there anyone else? Assembly Member Hall, here we go.
This is only very quick. I feel for you, I do really, because when you are the Supreme Leader, you have to take the blame when things go wrong. You cannot sit on the fence any longer. You actually have to take responsibility. So I can see why you don't like that in particular, but then you're unused to it. Now, if we go back to the two-party system, we're used to taking the blame, we're used to making the decisions, and therefore I'm afraid I won't be voting with this. But I was very amused by your speech. Thank you, Chair.
And may I say, if I could just go on the clock, because I'll contribute. I well remember Assembly Member Mahfouz's messages to Barking Dagenham Council after the elections just before last, of getting the Labour councillors to stand down, where there was no opposition whatsoever on Barking Dagenham Council. It's all very funny as a party game, but actually what we're talking about is recognising that there are voices that are underrepresented on local authorities. And if you look at the performance of those councils where there has been no opposition. They don't perform terribly well, may I say. And I'm looking out to Richmond in that respect, because without healthy opposition, robust opposition, you take things for granted. And I must say I fully welcome what you've proposed in the motion, because just saying proportional representation turns a lot of people off because it instantly suggests a particular system. And we fell into that problem in the past when considering more proportional systems in the United Kingdom. But because of that amendment, I will be supporting this motion. I think it's about time we realised that a system that was designed for 2 parties really doesn't work for 6. It really doesn't. And we've seen too many examples of councils being controlled. I mean, there is some justification in Richmond, because at least you got 51%. In almost all other councils, majorities have been elected on considerably less than the majority of the vote. So I'm certainly sympathetic to that. And I do look forward to seeing whether or not some groups that over the past few years have agitated for more proportional system would would vote for this motion as well. Yeah, but I'm chair, aren't I? Assembly Member Wilson.
Very, very briefly, just to say that I'm going to be abstaining on this motion, because as someone who has in the past expressed a support for an alternative system, but precisely for the opposite reason to the chair, that's why I won't be supporting it, because I think if you are changing a system, you're proposing a change, you need to have a very clear idea what you're changing it to. This doesn't do that. I won't be supporting it.
Assembly Member Bakari, you reserved your right.
Thank you. The two-party system is dead. We know that. We've seen that. It happened in this local election. And Assembly Member Mahfouz, I'm actually surprised that you cannot see that we have extremist parties in the room under first past the post as well in the Parliament. So it's happening already. And so we know that this system is not good enough. Now, this brown, Muslim woman, Liberal Democrat wouldn't be here without proportional representation. I was elected fairly. My ballot was based on every vote in London and the whole of London, but my voice would be cancelled without this fair voting system. And despite a very diverse electorate, it wasn't until 2018 that I, the first Muslim woman, was elected in Merton Council. Why does fairness take so long in local councils? The first past the post system is not working for London. It's not working for all Londoners. And it's not healthy for democracy when whole communities are left without representation and when parties can win sweeping power on a minority. It's no surprise that people are fed up with politicians and fed up with politics, and they know it's broken. Now, rather than argue about how big is my flag, let's actually fix our country by fixing our politics. London is diverse, politically, socially and culturally, and our democracy should reflect that. If the London Assembly can reflect London, why can't London councils be just as reflective? The Liberal Democrats will always be the progressive party that will back fair votes, even if it means that the Republic of Richmond falls and we lose votes and seats. It has never been about saving our skin or protecting our interests. We are the party that wants to solve the problems, and we are the party that wants to fix politics. For the people, for London, support the motion.
Assembly Member Roberts, please, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief. We should not, in 21st century United Kingdom, have a system which encourages people to vote for the least worst option. We should be allowing people to vote for what they want, to make sure that their vote counts each and every time they go to the ballot box. We may not get this a more proportional system at Westminster for quite some time, but we can start making the steps at local government to show that the system can work. What we shouldn't have is people horse trading at elections simply to avoid having people like Nigel Farage, crowing about victories, or even to try to stop Andy Burnham because they don't like Labour. Makerfield showed what an appalling system we have, where two people are effectively vying for the seat, and we should be looking for something better. And as the elected representatives, we should be leading that charge. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can put the motion.
Could I have a recorded vote on this, please?
Recorded.
Sorry, bear with me.
No, that's all right.
Just record it properly.
What do I record it for?
Posterity.
No comebacks.
Oh, God, we have to send it to the playground.
You've got room to talk. The way that you suck up to Sadiq.
Yeah. Wants to be two jobs better.
About Richmond. What are you going to do about it? You could actually do something today about it. You stand there, give it all that, and do nothing.
The people have spoken.
It's all democratic.
Good to go.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Children. Let's have a quiet time. A moment for reflection. Thank you. The clerk will now call out the names for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. This is the vote on motion 3.2 as altered. I'm going to ask members alphabetically in alphabetical order which way they are voting, for, against or abstentions. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Baker.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Best.
For. Against. I'm joking.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For the altered motion.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Georgiou.
Against.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member Hamdash.
For.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
For.
As-
After all of that, we wasted our time.
I stand up for that. I don't understand why I shouldn't speak.
What was the point of all of that?
Assembly.
Please don't interrupt. Please,
Come on, I want to go home.
Everyone, don't interrupt a recorded vote, please.
Assembly Member McCartney.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
No, we're good, thank you.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Small Edwards.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Against.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Abstain.
And Assembly Member Boff, the Chair.
For.
If you bear with me, Chair, I'm just going to check the tally. That is 11 votes in favour. that is 6 votes against, and that is 4 abstentions. So that motion is carried as altered.
Yes!
Thank you.
I've made a list of all of those people who voted against.
Right, back on. Back on track, please. Back on track.
Focus, people. We've got a lot to get through.
Back on track, please.
Sorry, we've got some confusion in our group because we appear to have got 2 copies of the. There's an amendment, and there's also an alteration
Of this next motion.
And then there's also another amendment.
Yes, and I was just about to cover that.
Because we're not all sure that we've
Yes.
all got both copies of the different amendments.
Absolutely.
They look very similar.
Absolutely. Can we perhaps spend 2 minutes? Is 2 minutes enough time? To talk. I don't know about you. I can't multitask. I can't read and do something at the same time. We're just going to spend 2 minutes reading, and we'll come back to you in 2 minutes. All right? Yes. Can I ask Assembly Member Turrell to explain which amendment is the one we're considering?
You want to use the version that has the bold bullet point on the back that says lobby the government to include motorcycle theory and hazard perception as part of the CBT process and move to a digital CBT platform.
Has everyone got that? Now, has everybody had the opportunity to see all those, to see that amendment and be absolutely and be confident that you have? Come on, please. You're paid to be here, not play. Can we? Is everybody confident that they now know which amendment, which motion we're looking at? Yes. In which case, I will invite Assembly Member Turrell to present the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to start by thanking Assemblymember Baker for engaging in this and offering the changes that ultimately led to version 3 of the alterations. Thank you for that. So, Assembly, we have an L-plate loophole. A CBT is an afternoon in a car park learning the basics of the road. It's not a qualification for permanent use on our roads, but the system is being abused, which is creating a permanent learner crisis. Now, I come from a family of bikers, but the genes didn't pass down to me because I actually failed my own CBT on a motorcycle. It takes, I am told that takes a lot. So that is my claim to fame, as I must be in a very small minority. I will point out I failed on a motorbike, not on a moped, to clarify. But unlike me, thousands of Londoners do pass their CBT each year. But the CBT only teaches us the basics, yet it is being used to bypass the need to get a permanent licence. The current system offers no incentive to go on and get that full licence, and that needs to change. This motion sets out a fairer, safer system. It recognises that bikers and moped users cannot learn under supervision as you can in a car. But it also recognises the CBT is only teaching you that basic knowledge, and it is not to be used on the roads indefinitely. it should also not be being used as a right to work and earn a living off a moped without a full UK licence. This motion puts forward sensible and considered steps to address this, limiting how long a CBT is valid for, in the same way a driving theory test is only valid for a set period of time. It ensures that it calls for people driving on our roads professionally to have a full driver's licence, and it seeks to modernise the CBT to make it safer. The CBT has not been updated since 1990. It is older than me. A lot has changed in my lifetime. The CBT hasn't. Let's address this.
Assembly Member Garrett, to second, please.
Just to add to what Assemblymember Turrell was saying, I think for those of us, turns out there's quite a lot of us here who've done a motorcycle training test. The difference with learning to drive a car, of course, is the instructor can sit next to you in the vehicle. They've got dual control, so you can start sitting in a car on the road as a complete novice because, you know, the safety possibility of the instructor intervening, and of course, it's very hard to tip a car over, it means that you can just start straight away with driving lessons. With a motorbike, the instructor will be on a separate bike. You have to demonstrate before you can actually really start proper motorbike lessons. To demonstrate you actually can control the vehicle, accelerate, slow down, change gear if it's a geared bike, as mine was, you know, manoeuvring around cones in a car park, this sort of thing. That's what the CBT is. The CBT is, the T stands for training, not test. It's just a way to make sure you had a couple of hours to confirm that you actually know what you're doing to control this thing before you then start proper lessons on the road in the way that you might with a car. The concern I have is that people do this initial training because it never expires. It's effectively treated as if this is now a license to ride at least a small motorbike, even if not a large one, and putting to one side the large number of people who are now on effectively illegal electric motorbikes disguised as e-bikes. I think it is a real problem that there isn't this progression from doing a CBT just to confirm you've got basic, you know, bike handling skills to actually learn to ride a bike. When I learned to ride a motorbike properly, your instructor teaches you an enormous amount about how to ride safely, how to keep yourself safe in a world where it feels like half the people on the road either can't see you or are possibly trying to knock you off. It's quite a dangerous and difficult vehicle if you don't know what you're doing. I really do worry that we have large numbers of people, particularly who may not be British and therefore may not have grown up understanding British highway code, British road practice. I think it's important that people, particularly who want to do it as a career, do get a proper motorcycle licence.
Thank you,
Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. We now have an amendment to this moved by Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am a motorcyclist. They say that you're not a proper motorcyclist until you've fallen off. That probably made me a world expert, the number of crashes I've had, to be perfectly honest. I do understand where we're coming from with this motion, and in principle I do support it. But I just cannot agree to the introduction of a limit on the CBT licence or test. I really feel that there are many thousands of motorcyclists who enjoy motorcycling on the smaller vehicles, many mopeds, older people who use that as their main source of transport, and they probably don't want to take a test or aren't able to take the test. And I just feel that that would deprive a lot of people of their freedom and their mobility. 100% I do agree with the part of the motion that says that we should prohibit the use of provisional licences for delivery companies, because that's professional. And if you're doing something that's professional, you should be qualified to do it. So I would 100% agree with that, but I just simply cannot agree with the introduction of a limit on the cap or the CBT certification. If that was removed from this motion, you would get my 100% support. Thank you.
Assembly Member Wilson to second.
Second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Oh, apologies. Apparently I didn't have my microphone on. No, I didn't know. So obviously I was projecting. I'll just start from where I was, if that's okay. You don't need to do that. Yeah, it's just that we really wanted the motion to address the fact that gig economy organisations are using these loopholes and aren't taking responsibility for the sort of training and equipment and safety incidents that they should be doing, considering they are making money out of these people riding for work. So we wanted that incorporated in the motion, and just we wanted also to reflect Transport for London's research and contributions to a consultation about the CBT at the moment, which says that a part of that process for CBT, then you should have a motorcycle theory and hazard perception. But in general, we really support more work in this area to tighten up and improve safety on our roads.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, you reserved your right.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Assembly Member, no, you spoke. Assembly Member Prince, to sum up on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think it's all been said. 100% agree with ensuring that people who are doing or riding motorised vehicles are professional and have a full licence. In fact, I think it should have gone further and insisted that those in the gig economies, those delivery companies, should actually make it a rule that they cannot use these so-called electric bikes, which clearly are illegal vehicles being used on our roads, and that there should be legislation preventing them for allowing people to do that as well. But I just cannot agree to limiting the CBT. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the...
Member Turrell to sum up, Chair.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Assembly Member. Sorry. We now. All those in favour of the amendment, please show.
That is. Thank you. Thank you, members. Those members in favour of the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Prince. I see 2 votes in favour of the amendment. Are there any votes against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 votes against. That falls. Can I please see votes in favour of the substantive motion as altered? Can I see those in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 votes in favour. Can I see those against? That is 2 votes against. That motion is carried as altered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we now move to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Hall?
Thank you, Chair. London has experienced a rise in anti-Semitic incidents and targeted attacks, including against Jewish individuals, synagogues, charities, and over the past couple of months, it's been exceptionally bad. The motion, therefore, expresses our support for London's Jewish community. In April 2026, the Met recorded 140 anti-Semitic hate crimes, compared to 98 in March and 67 in February. Of these 140 incidents, 51, that's 36%, occurred in Barnet. And just very briefly, the major incidents have been on the 23rd of March, we had those 4 Hatzalah Ambulances set alight on the 15th of April. 2 bottles thought to contain petrol are thrown at Finchley Reform Synagogue. On the 17th of April, a man is seen lighting a bag, which was later found to have contained 3 bottles with fluid in them, and that was thrown at a building used formerly by Jewish Futures, which is an educational charity. On the 19th of April, a bottle containing a type of accelerant was thrown through the window of Kenton United Synagogue. On the 20th of April, a car mounts a pavement, this is shocking, and drives aggressively towards 3 Jewish school children in northwest London, forcing them to jump out the way. On the 28th of April, a fire occurs at a memorial wall in Golders Green, which is used as a space to display photographs of protesters killed by the Iranian regime during a crackdown on anti-government demonstrations. And of course, on the 29th of April, 2 men, aged 76 and 34, were stabbed in Golders Green. A 45-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The incident was subsequently declared a terrorist event. This is the attack that is referred to in the motion and why we absolutely express our support for the action taken by the MPS. The Assembly does welcome the swift response of the Metropolitan Police Service and emergency services following the incident in Golders Green and praises the professionalism and dedication shown by the officers in protecting the public and pursuing those responsible. Now, Assembly Member Clark will know the amount of work that's going on in the area by undercover police officers. I suspect that won't be able to be continued forever because of the cost implications. But we have got one particular community, and that is the Jewish community in London, that is under attack the whole time. We must never forget that they can't just send their kids to school like the rest of us. Their kids are locked into school so that they can be kept safe. My friends are concerned that they don't want their kids wearing blazers of Jewish schools. They live in permanent fear. That is totally and utterly unacceptable, and I do hope that you can support this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Best to second, please.
Can I formally second and reserve my right to speak?
Assembly Member Clark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to associate myself with all of those comments made, but just to add, shortly after all of these attacks, but I visited various Jewish sites as I normally do, and I want to pay special tribute to not just the Jewish community, but to the Barnet Multi-Faith Forum, Barnet Council, Hatzel, the CST, the Met, and the London Fire Brigade. But when we think about the emergency responders, because that's what this motion is about in particular. When Sadiq Khan came to Golders Green, we visited together the Golders Green police base, where those police officers are based, together with Councillor Sarah Conway, who leads on community safeties in Barnet Council. And I think one thing that will always stick with me was these are people going about their job as they always would. And of course, they will always seek to protect the public because that's the job they do. But it was the exhaustion, the determination, and the basic decency of goodness of the officers straight across the board, but particularly that day within the Golders Green police station, and how much concern there is that police officers themselves are feeling, not immediately in the Golders Green area because they're very valued and there's a huge amount of public respect, but they're worried further what's being said. And I do think paying tribute to them is important as people in public life. We're able to have the jobs we have because we're kept safe by these people. We know when we go to things like Mayor's Question Time, we need security outside there. We need police officers to keep us safe in here so we can go about our job. And these officers are keeping people safe on the streets of London, where it's a much less protected environment. So I just want to add my thanks. Thanks for bringing the motion, and a huge amount of thanks across the board to our emergency services and our communities who have been pulling together and continue to pull together. Thanks.
Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. A few weeks ago, I visited the Bromley Reform Synagogue in my constituency, and it was shocking to have to go through 3 layers of security to join a community just trying to worship. It was shocking at the end of the service when the rabbi told his congregation not to stand outside and talk to each other because, God forbid, they talk to each other in truth because they might become a target of something. These are people just trying to worship, just trying to observe their faith, and they are being hindered to. And I really fear that a tolerance of this in society, of accepting that this is what Jews must do to go about their daily lives, is completely unacceptable. So I wanted to share that experience because I found it absolutely shocking to actually see it with my own, what people are having to do to just go about their own lives and observe their faith, because there is absolutely no way that any other faith in this country would be a Christian. Yeah, we would never tolerate this. If we went to a church service, and a big bit of elected life is engaging with church services, we would never have to go through multiple levels of security to go enjoying a church service. I just found this whole experience absolutely shocking that this is what people are having to go through.
Yeah.
Assembly Member Best, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Chair. So I just would like to first talk to the wider issue around growing anti-Semitism in London. And can I first pay tribute, Assembly Member Clark, because I think you're a wonderful representation for Barnet and Camden, and obviously a large concentration of Jewish Londoners live there, and I don't think they could hope for somebody better representing them here. Seeing the growth in anti-Semitism in the last few years has been really quite shocking, anything beyond what I could ever believe. But I know something that a lot of Jewish people have felt under the surface for many years that I didn't really even perceive existed in the way it did. One of the things that really brought this home to me was at my son's secondary school when they had to remove the Holocaust memorial wall they put up so that comments could be left by the students, and because there was so much anti-Semitism on the board, they had to take down the Holocaust memorial. In his school as well, when children leave their books, it's become a joke to put the Star of David on children's books when they're not looking. And I found during the election, even more so than ever before, I don't know if this is an experience other people had, when you say, you know, what's it, any issues or things concerning you, and people would turn around and just say, well, I'm Jewish, as a kind of, and leave it in the air, just as a synonymous acceptance that being Jewish means that you must now feel a type of way, or it's slightly more unsafe in London. And obviously this culminated through March, April and June, what just felt like a horrific set of events that just did not seem to let up for the Jewish community of London. And so again, I'd like to, like other speakers, pay tribute to the Metropolitan Police Service who intervened, and the extra resource that's been put into those most affected areas. I'd also like to pay a special tribute to the police officers that rushed to the scene of the crime on the day of the attack in Golders Green with the 2 gentlemen that were stabbed. To see somebody swiping a knife at you and to run towards that danger and restrain someone is a special kind of bravery, and I thank them for that. And I can't imagine the trauma you must feel after having to deal with that, to be dealing with that and then have people, leaders of political parties, questioning your ability to do your job, saying that they are horrified by what you've done, and that and then to feel the pressure that you might lose your job because you acted to save people from a frenzied knife attack. I can't imagine how that officer must feel. So I would like to pay tribute especially to the Metropolitan Police officers that have been doing so much, not only in the major incidents, but to create a sense of safety around the areas as well.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, to sum up, please.
Well, I can't think that anybody would think other than the way we think, the way we've said. And one of my colleagues said that they found that people have been feeling this way for a while. Yes, they have. I've always lived in northwest London. I've lived among the Jewish community. I'm very lucky to call many of them my friends. and to see the different sort of lifestyle they have to the one I'm very privileged to have is shocking and unacceptable. And I absolutely endorse the point. If we have police officers who are prepared to go and stop people with knives, people they know have caused problems, then they are heroes. They are not there to be blamed. They are there to be thanked. Because if it wasn't for these heroes, I don't know where we'd all be. And therefore, I think to see people criticise police officers when they're being very brave is nothing short of disgusting. So I do hope people can support this motion.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assemblymember Hall?
Is that unanimous, Chair? I believe that's unanimous. Thank you.
We now go on to motion 3.5 in the name of Assemblymember Prince. If you could propose the motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. This motion effectively calls for the Mayor to adopt the Bus Drivers' Bill of Rights. We have seen in the current climate, literally, that bus drivers are suffering terribly. They're being forced to drive vehicles that are not fit for use. We've seen drivers having to drive with their shirts off, which is okay, I guess, if you're a bloke, but not really if you're, you know, a female. We have bus drivers who don't have anywhere to go to the loo. Again, that's really very bad on for the female drivers. And I really do think that something needs to be done, because yes, it's important that we're able to get to work and that the buses run on time, but also it's equally important that we're not driving these bus drivers to such levels of fatigue that they are making human errors which are avoidable if they were in a much fresher condition. I'd also like to recognise that some of the bus drivers in the audience with us today, so thank you for all that you do for us and keeping the arteries of London open. But fundamentally, they deserve a better deal. We must recognise the importance of having drivers who are not fatigued. I'd also like to thank, or put on the record, my thanks to a few people who have been really pushing on this issue. I'd like to thank Tom Carney, Kevin Mustafa, Lorraine Robertson, Hugo Mora and Joe Reid. These guys have really been pushing hard. So I plead with the Assembly, please let's give our bus drivers, those vital public servants, a better deal. Thank you.
Assemblymember Wilson to second, please.
Thank you. Second, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, and thank you, Assemblymember Prince, for bringing this motion. In Paris last week, a bus driver was overcome by heat and crashed into a tree. That single moment says a lot about what happens when conditions inside a vehicle become unbearable. Across public transport, drivers recently have been working in absolutely sweltering heat, where concentration becomes harder, vision can be affected, and reaction times can slow. When sweat is running into your eyes and the cab feels like it's closing in, staying fully alert on the road becomes a real challenge, and that makes it dangerous for everyone. In extreme weather, bus drivers are expected to carry their responsibility in conditions that are pushing them to the absolute limits. Now, there's currently no statutory maximum workplace temperature in the UK, and bus drivers, like all workers, deserve proper rest breaks, access to toilet facilities, safe working temperatures, and dignified working conditions. Now, this motion builds on substantial work that has already taken place. The cross-party London Assembly Transport Committee report, Driven to Distraction, from back in 2017 or 18, which was all about making London's buses safer, highlighted the need to improve driver welfare and safety. In particular, it picked up on the idea of reducing things that distract drivers while they're driving. So in February 25, I submitted the Bus Drivers' Bill of Rights petition, which was informed by the campaigning work of London bus drivers and the people that were listed by Assembly Member Prince just earlier. Their demands were really straightforward and reasonable and include, amongst other things, protection for workers raising safety concerns and working air cooling in summer and heating in winter. Not much to ask for. They're not extravagant demands. They are basic rights for the dignity and well-being of the people who keep London's public transport moving safely every day. So the Greens will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. In this chamber in October 2024, the Mayor agreed with me that the bus drivers should not be working in unsafe conditions, such as when temperatures in cabs reach 35 degrees. And in the following month, I called on the Mayor to commit to standardising break, psychological support and training for bus drivers to ensure that they are supported and can remain calm and collected behind the wheel. We agree with many parts of the motion and have a proven track record of standing up for London's bus drivers and their welfare. But however, there is a slight disagreement on the fact that, despite the fact that there's a good spirit behind the Bus Driver Bill of Rights, the Reform Party has not supported the national move for the Employment Rights Act. So we were concerned about that. And while the Employment Rights Act is not perfect, the Liberal Democrats have raised concerns over its potential impact on small businesses. The modernisation of workers' rights is an important step for us to take as a country. So we have some reservations of the fact that we need to be making sure that this is a national movement, not just one from here in City Hall.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. The Labour Group supports the principles contained in this motion. Safe working hours, protection from fatigue, working conditions that are not far too hot or too cold, decent toilet and rest facilities, all of this should be a given. No one can disagree with these principles. So on that basis, we are absolutely supporting. We would like to say that many of these points are covered in existing legislation. The Health, Safety and Work Act, the Working Time Regulations, all provide the sort of rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights. There is also legal protection for whistleblowers that's mentioned elsewhere in the motion. But it is right that where we fall short in the bus industry in London is implementation and enforcement. And the model of contracted out bus provision does make this more difficult. So it is absolutely right that we are asking the Mayor and TfL to be more proactive at holding bus operators to account to make sure that working conditions of bus drivers are the best they can be. So on that basis, we thank for Reform for bringing this motion and we support it.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are 12 points in the Bus Driver Bill of Rights, and all 12 of them are important. But there are two elements I want to particularly focus on in the 2 minutes I have. These are the importance of safe work schedules and rest breaks, and the importance of air conditioning. So let me just start with air conditioning. It is literally years that I have been raising that with both the Mayor and the TfL Commissioner. So I'm delighted at his conversion last week to the idea that air conditioning that is fitted and working in a bus driver cab is an important thing. And I look forward to him complying with all of the suggestions I've made over the years to do spot checks and enforcement on the bus companies and not merely nod along or avoid the question. Which is what he has done so far. On breaks and schedules, it's 5 years since I asked TfL's head of safety why they don't take the industry best practice on rostering and fatigue management, which TfL applies perfectly well on the railways, on the tube, and now, since Sandylands, also on the tram, even though, to address Assemblymember Baker's point, many of these are outsourced third-party companies that run these services. They are absolutely required to roster their drivers in the best practice to avoid fatigue. Somehow, when it's a big red bus, this becomes impossible. I do not believe it's impossible. I believe it is necessary. taking the list as a whole, I think the Mayor has tried to suggest at sometimes in the past that it's not needed because all of these things are already required and happening, in which case I would say, why not sign up to it? Why not sign up to it? And I think the fact that the Mayor seems so reluctant to do so tells you why not. It's actually not happening. It's not happening. The Mayor will often sit here and tell us it's fine, and then I will go and speak to bus drivers who will very much tell us it's not fine. I hope that this motion today goes some way to turn a good idea into something that actually benefits London's bus drivers. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Wilson to sum up.
Okay, just very briefly, because just really to say thank you very much for support from all sides of the chamber, all parties. I don't need to repeat the points that have been made because they're all extremely sensible ones and ones that I think it's a great way of bringing that all together and supporting that. The drivers that keep these buses running keep our city running, and as such, they absolutely deserve the support, help and so on that we can give, and hopefully through this pressure the Mayor to deliver that as well. So thank you everybody, and thank you for the campaigners for keeping this such a high profile issue and enabling us to raise it in the Assembly today.
Assembly Member Prince to sum up, please.
Thank you. Well, this is extremely heartening, and I think the bus drivers here and bus drivers across the capital will be very pleased. Assembly Member Bakari, I hope that your national concerns won't interfere with making the right decision for Londoners, because this is about London. You know, there are other battles that you may choose to have on a wider perspective, but this is about not just the safety of London bus drivers, but Londoners across the whole piece, because if the bus drivers are fatigued, accidents will happen and everybody is at risk. Really welcome the support from AM Baker. Thank you very much indeed. I would actually plead with you, though, once this goes through, which it looks like it might, that you personally speak with the Mayor and give him a little nudge, give him a bit of encouragement to adopt that which we all believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Prince?
That is unanimous.
I think so.
Chair, thank you.
We now move on to the motion 3.6 and Assembly Member Wilson to propose.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't speak in the earlier motion on this subject because obviously this one was coming and I didn't want to just repeat myself. But obviously I fully endorse the very powerful contributions made earlier from Assembly Members Hall, Clark, Towell and Best. And that sentiment is very, very strongly appreciated because, like them, I always have and always will be standing fully behind London's Jewish community, as demonstrated by my work in this chamber and beyond. But part of that also means giving our full support to those public servants who bravely run towards danger to keep this community safe from the particular hostility that it faces, that Assembly Member Hall outlined in such detail. And indeed, of course, keeping all communities safe as well. But that support, welcome as it is, I think needs to go beyond just words. And that's why in this motion, we're also asking for a formal way of recognising and commending their courageous service. It's also why I was so shocked and concerned at the time when a member of this Assembly, who was a National Party leader, has a far higher profile than the rest of us probably put together, felt it was appropriate to share an accusation on social media that was demonstrably untrue. And even after apologising, continued to denigrate the professionalism and proportionality of the police response. I think being so quick to spread those lies about the police without checking speaks volumes, I think, about that particular party. However, I think we can all agree now that sharing accurate information is so important, and again, with this motion, asking for a formal briefing mechanism to make sure we all have the information, the knowledge, the understanding that we need, I think will be very, very helpful. So I'm asking colleagues today for your support on this motion as well, so we can all show our ongoing support for the Jewish community, for the whole of London's communities, and for those brave, courageous police officers who risk their own safety to protect all of us. Thank you.
Before I ask the seconder, we are aware this is an altered motion, and Assembly members are aware of that alteration. Assembly Member Prince, if you could second.
I so second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the back of everything that's already been said by Assembly Members Clark, Best, Hall and Wilson, I'd like to acknowledge that we quite rightly pay tribute to the incredibly brave officers who responded to the awful knife attack on the 29th of April. I would also like us, as we are discussing the bravery of officers, to take a moment and acknowledge that every single day our Met officers face often horrific situations and deal with awful incidents whilst acting with professionalism, heroism in their jobs to keep Londoners safe. And this isn't just when they're on duty. Just recently, relatively recently, in Southwark, a group of my BCU officers were off duty having a drink, and outside an altercation broke out and there was a man wielding a knife. Instead of just carrying on, what they did was run out off the clock and apprehend that person in the face of this knife that was being, moved in front of them. I just want to say thank you to our Met officers for the daily risks that you take and everything that you do to keep us safe.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hamdash, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are two parts to this motion. I think one part of the motion notes that we don't always receive briefings when a critical incident has happened. And I think in that spirit, that is something that does need to happen. I think there is an absence sometimes to the Met for making sure that we're fully briefed and fully informed when something happens. I do appreciate the reform amendment to an award that exists, but I think one of the problems with this is about the spirit of operational independence. I'm uneasy about politicians weighing in to call for the Met to award an award before the Met have gone through their processes. So I think it's something for the Commissioner, whatever the decision the Commissioner makes, I support that. But in principle, we will be abstaining because I think that's a decision for the Commissioner to make rather than us to preemptively demand that he puts an award through. So that's where we will be standing as the Green Group.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, do you want to exercise your right to speak?
Yeah, thank you. Just picking up on the point made by Assembly Member Hamdash, I think what you're saying actually does make the point that as Assembly members, we have a responsibility to act responsibly, and that as members, we should not jump to conclusions. We should not be reliant on social media to make our opinions, and that we should wait until we have the facts on these issues before jumping in and being critical or even supporting. So thank you for making the point.
Assembly Member Wilson to sum up, please.
I don't think there's anything more I need to say, Chair. I think other than thank you for those members that we're supporting.
All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member
Can we have
Wilson?
a recorded vote, please, Chair?
Yes. Okay.
Yep, bear with me, please.
One moment, please. To hand this all over to Rebecca now. I'd rather you didn't.
Thank you, members. This is a recorded vote on motion 3.6 as altered. I will call members alphabetically and ask them to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining, and the chair will be called last. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Cooper. For. Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Georgiou.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member Hamdash.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Hirani. Sorry. Absent. Assemblymember Mahfouz.
For.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Polanski.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Prince.
For.
Assemblymember Roberts.
For.
Assemblymember Russell.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Small-Edwards.
For.
Assemblymember Turrell.
For.
Assemblymember Wilson.
For.
And Assemblymember Boff in the chair.
For.
That is 18 votes in favour and 3 abstentions. That means the motion, as altered, is carried.
Thank you. If we can now go to the next motion is in the name of Assemblymember Russell. All right. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to begin by referencing something that really brings home what's at stake when language and division spiral out of control. During recent violence in Belfast, a list of addresses began circulating on social media. They were the homes across the city that people believed to be houses where migrants were living. When tragedy is used as a backdrop for political point scoring, there are real-life, devastating consequences for real people. I can't imagine how frightening it must have been to be one of those people whose homes were targeted in those days. Now, I brought this motion forward around the anniversary of Joe Cox's death, and I still remember the day that happened and gathering around a screen in the old City Hall and just looking in absolute horror at what the BBC was reporting. That Joe Cox had been murdered by a far-right extremist. It was a moment of shock and sadness for all of us, and one that has stayed with me ever since. And the harrowing reality of online abuse and far-right rhetoric spilling over into real life and the way we speak to one another matters. Politics has always involved disagreement, and it always will. But what feels different now is how often that disagreement becomes more corrosive and more personal. It can start to normalise abuse and intimidation towards elected representatives, and it risks encouraging people to see those they disagree with as enemies. We're already seeing the consequences of that. Abuse and intimidation towards politicians is increasingly common. Social media has intensified it. At the same time, hate crimes against marginalised communities have risen, including here in our city. So at a moment when trust in politics is fragile, those of us in public office have a responsibility to set a tone. I hope members will support this motion and agree that while disagreement is a permanent feature of politics, disrespect and dehumanisation have no place in it, and that we should all champion and stand by the principles of respectful engagement.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Assemblymember Baker to second the motion.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to Assemblymember Russell for bringing this motion. The death of Joe Cox was a shocking moment in our politics. It should have been a wake-up call. And then we had the death of David Amess, also killed undertaking his duties as a constituency MP in 2021. Again, it somehow feels like we didn't take heed to what was happening. The fact that 2 members of Parliament have been murdered in their constituencies over the last 10 years is a horrible comment on our politics. And these are attacks on democracy. And yes, while robust debate is a key part of a healthy democracy, we have a responsibility, politicians of all parties have a responsibility to moderate our language and treat each other with respect. People watch how we behave and we set a tone. Normalising, dehumanising political opponents, insults, personal attacks, set a terrible example, and using real people in the outside world as political footballs, again, it creates the sort of atmosphere where we can see, as Assemblymember Russell has outlined, circumstances where making lists of people for political aims is appropriate. These leads to really, really dark places. We have to think very carefully about what we're doing. So most of the time, this assembly is an increasingly rare, I think, example of productive cross-party working. We can disagree about the things we need to disagree about and agree about the things we agree and try not to fall out in unpleasant ways while we're doing that. Particularly our committee system, by and large, shows the great work that can take place when we come together with a common goal. So I would really urge members to continue and respect our collaborative approach to politics, what this assembly was set up for, and urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please.
When I saw this motion, I'm afraid I just felt there's a massive amount of hypocrisy going on here. When you see some of the social media comments that have been made by members of the Green Party, very live, very fresh, calling for people to be bullied, beaten up because they're Jewish. The anti-Semitism is rife. The racism is rife. I think it's quite rich to stand in here and talk about the far right as if things have been going on. I thank Assembly Member Baker for remembering that David Amos was also killed. He was killed by an Islamist. So it feels like to me, with even in this motion, you're slightly trying to play politics, suggesting it's only something that happens on the right. It absolutely happens on the left as well. Some of the comments made by your own, some of them elected members, right, you should be addressing, you should be tossing them out of the party. You are sat right there as their party leader, so please don't nod your head like it's untrue. I also want to make a stab for things that go on in this room. Many of our Labour colleagues in this room, unfortunately, talk about the Tories and put words in our mouths for things we've never, ever said. And you state them like they are facts, and they're not. You do it on purpose as a tactic you use all of the time, which is astonishing. We've had the mayor call people criminals, which simply isn't true either. We've had one of your own deputy mayors put another female politician at great risk by calling her a racist repeatedly in tweets. Repeatedly she did that. And when she became a deputy mayor, I asked her to apologise, and she fought tooth and nail not to. We have a member of our own assembly who has to look over our back because of comments made by people who are employed by this building, who work for the mayor, who should know better. So if we're going to make comments about people being civilised in politics, let's look at your own parties first. Us and the Labour benches have spent years with the Green Party waggling their fingers, talking about how badly behaved we are. But at least in our parties, we put them out of the party. At least in our parties, we deal with them. Can you say you do the same with your own? Will you continue to do that? Because some of the most egregious comments I've ever heard have come from your party. And I make this point because when I ran for mayor, I had people come to my house on 2 separate occasions and scare my wife and my children because of things they'd read online that had been posted by people on the left. So when you start pointing fingers to people on the right, remember it happens everywhere all the time. And as it stands today, you and your party are the biggest offenders of all.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. And breathe. Later on today, I'm actually going to an event called Disagreeing Well. And I'm really honoured to be asked to speak at that. As a Liberal, that's part of our DNA, to be able to disagree well. And, you know, it is hard. It's really hard at the moment. Division and disagreement seems to be encouraged sometimes in our political climate at the moment. And personally, as you all know, I've been targeted because of my faith, my race and who I am. But Jo Cox showed us there was a better way, and let's remember that. She reminded us, as we all say, we have more in common than which divides us, and a principle that I know that I've tried to uphold, and I'm sure many of you here have too. I've been really lucky to work with the Jo Cox Foundation, with my own charity, and in this hall, in City Hall, we held an event with many schools from all different backgrounds, and it was just so wonderful to see the children and the young people talking to each other, discussing the things that made them different, made them same, and that's what we need. That's the future that we need to be working towards. So I thank Assembly Member Russell and Baker for bringing this motion forward, and I I'm very proud to support the principle that's behind this, because at the end of the day, let's not make disagreement lead to any more dehumanisation. We need to see an end of that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hall, please.
I'm absolutely livid. How on earth can you be such hypocrites? It's not us that are calling others scum. I wouldn't regard any of you as scum. I wouldn't dream of using that term. But it's used on the Tories, but that's okay, because we're the Tories. The night before the election, my election of the mayoralty, on the 1st of May in 2024, Wes Streeting, the recent Secretary of State for Health and the wannabe Prime Minister, you'll remember, tweeted, "A win for Susan Hall and the Conservatives is a win for racists, white supremacists and Islamophobes all over the world." It's comments like that that come out of the left all the time. But that's okay, because you're righteous and you think it's funny, do you? And you think it's all right because you're so righteous and everything you say is fine, but anything coming from the right is wrong. Well, let me tell you, I'm sick to death of it. You had the audacity to bring a motion like this and you expect us to support it because it is nothing but hypocritical. The left, the far left, as the Greens are, let's face it, very far left, they're constantly seen supporting demonstrations where people are screaming from the river to the sea and globalise the Intifada. But that's all right, because they're on the left, and those that are on the left are more righteous than anybody else. Well, I tell you what, you stop calling us scum. You stop calling us racists at the drop of a hat. And I see he's gone because he was putting out leaflets with racist written all across my face, as were a couple of others, all the way through the mayoral campaign. But that's acceptable, isn't it? Because we're Tories and we're on the right. So, you know, that doesn't count. So you continue to call us scum. You continue to call us racist. And you had the audacity to put down a motion like this, saying, oh, yeah, let's all be kind to each other. Well, you start first, and then you watch, because, as you know, we don't call you scum. We don't even think of you as scum. We think of you as people with a different opinion. And it's about bloody time you all started thinking the same, because we will not change our minds. It's about time you lot changed your language.
Assemblymember Giorgio, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Susan's pretty much wrapped up the position. You know what? I do get frustrated when left-wing colleagues, and that's fine, they're entitled to say what they say. They always say far right. They never just say terrorism is terrorism, murder is murder, and we hate the lot of it. Why do we? I mean, if we look at the stats and we look at online commentary, I think people will find that it's pretty well balanced. And you know, I just. Exactly, and I don't know whether this is PC to say anymore. You've got Lord Bailey has just said under his breath, nutters are everywhere. Well, they are. They're on the left, they're on the right. Why do we have to allocate it to one particular end of the spectrum? That's just the reality. And I would say that, look, hands up, I'm not being funny. I've had it from every part of this chamber, whether we do it in public or private. Everyone in this room has been rude at some point. Everyone has made an offhand comment. Everyone's attacked other colleagues. That's part of the cut and thrust of politics. But where some colleagues in this place are hypocrites is they will act all bolshy in the chamber. They'll go to their CLP meetings or whatever the Green or Lib Dem equivalent is, and they will say, oh, those vile Tories, those vile reformers, they're so horrible. They're all so mean to us. But these are the same members. They'll go and sit and have a coffee with us, go and have dinner with us, have a pint with us. So they'll do it. You've never invited me to dinner, Hannah. And this is the point. This is just the grand hypocrisy of British politics. In the Commons, some of the most vile MPs to each other are the same ones that, you know, sharing a flat, having a laugh, having a drink. This is the problem. We don't reflect enough that actually on the outside, once we leave this place, we're all going to get along. And I think that falls on all of us for not actually portraying that to the public. But I would say this, I don't remember left-wing colleagues in this place when Emma Dent Code referred to Lord Bailey as a token ghetto boy when she was a Member of Parliament. I don't remember anyone saying anything about that. When Rupa Huq referred to the first black Chancellor of this country as a coconut, didn't hear any fuss about that. Once again, that was that. I don't think that was a far-right comment. So here we go. What? How many of you stuck your hands up and brought forward motions then? I don't recall it. But anyway, I'll leave it there. We will actually be supporting the motion for what it's worth. But the point is, don't be hypocrites. That's all we're saying.
Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, as others have said, the senseless and brutal murders of both Joe Cox and David Amos act as a worrying reminder that sadly not everybody shares the capacity to agree to disagree in a civil and respectful manner. Now, I found the recent local election campaign particularly toxic. I personally received more abuse in this time alone than in 26 previous years in active politics combined. And yes, that attack, that assault, it was coming from the left. But I know members on all sides have their own experiences, and I think it's something that we all accept, recognise, and need to try and deal with. Because fundamentally, the principle of democracy is the ability to compete, yes, robustly, but in elections, but then enjoy a peaceful transfer of power without abuse, without intimidation, and absolutely without violence. So yes, I will, of course, be supporting this motion as our way of leading by example, and some, I think, have a bigger example to make than others, because Sean, Susan and Alex, you're all absolutely right to point out that the left simply must, or part of leading by example will be those on the left putting their own house in order before claiming any kind of moral high ground. But yes, we are supporting the motion. Hopefully this can be the start of a more collegiate, friendly and happy place. We will see.
Some hope. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
So I was struck listening to the leader of the Green Group speaking quite emotively, quite passionately about her recollection of Joe Cox's murder and her fear from then to now about the ideology of the person who committed that murder and how that ideology, in her view, may be rising, causing further threat, further concern, and how this is a very worrying sign for our politics. And then I noticed that she did not mention Sir David Amos. Apparently he did not stick in her mind. The man who murdered him did not have anything to say to her. The ideology behind his motivation for killing Sir David does not apparently worry her or warrant even a single sentence in her speech. And perhaps when she sums up, she can explain why it was that she chose to say not one word about Sir David, not one word about the ideology behind his murderer, and not one word about whether she finds that frightening or dangerous or worrying in any way. So I look forward to hearing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No, you've already spoken, so it's down to Assembly Member Russell to sum up, please.
Thank you. And I think that the conversation that we have just been having has explained all too importantly why I brought this motion. Now, I am sorry that I didn't mention David Amos. I was very shocked by his death, and I was actually paying heed to what our chair said at the beginning, that we should keep everything short and tight so we don't take up too much time. And I thought, oh, I'll use that in my summing up. But clearly that was a big mistake, because I can see from the way that the Conservative group has reacted that you thought that I was only talking about far-right extremism. I am talking about all extremism, and this motion is about all extremism. So, yes, I apologise for not mentioning that, because I can see that it certainly affected the way that Assemblymember Bailey, Assemblymember Hall and Assemblymember Garrett spoke. I'd like to thank Assemblymember Georgiou for his contribution, because I think, yes, summing it all up, as none of us should be hypocrites. Absolutely. And that's what this motion is about. I'd like to thank Assemblymember Baker for her words. I think the important thing, and also to thank the Reform members for their support for the motion too, and the Lib Dems. But I think, Susan, you said something that was really important. You talked about disagreeing well. I think if we can all go away from here this afternoon disagreeing well, we'll have maybe taken a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assemblymember Russell, please show.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous, I think.
Thank you.
The next motion is in the name... May I, before we move on to the next motion, can we welcome guests from Deirdre Castigan MP's summer school? Is that the people who are here? Hello. Yeah, don't bother with Parliament. Better quality of debate here. So we'll now move on to motion 3.8 in the name of Assemblymember Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. We are almost there. I think we're past the halfway point now. But exactly. Colleagues, it's time we unlocked London City Airport. Unlock convenience for millions of passengers. Unlock the gate for low-cost operations to make travel more affordable. Unlock massive, untapped economic potential for East and South East London. It's time to stop holding our city back. London City Airport has already got the permission to move towards 9 million passengers a year. And there's two ways it can reach that. With loud, small and frequent jets, or with fewer, larger and quieter ones. By allowing this minor technical change to the airport's approach, they can achieve this growth with 30,000 fewer flights. That means a lot less noise and less disruption for 112,000 people. Air travel is here to stay, so we must make it as environmentally friendly as possible. Backing City Airport is that solution. 80% of passengers at the airport already arrive there by public transport. Allowing newer, larger jets will embrace technology that reduces fuel consumption by up to 20% per seat. We aren't just increasing capacity, we're shrinking the carbon footprint per passenger. And airports are more than just places to land. They're economic engines. By modernising, we aren't just achieving sustainable growth, we are opening the door to more competition for cheaper fares and for thousands of local jobs. We are ensuring that residents of East and South East London have the same global connectivity as those in the West. This isn't just an aviation decision, it's an economic jumpstart. London and the UK are desperate for efficient, sustainable airport capacity. While our global competitors build for the future, we're spending decades debating it. Failing to act here doesn't protect the environment. It simply hands economic growth to European hubs that makes London poorer. So I urge you, don't just back this motion, back London. Back East and South East London. True environmental progress isn't about standing still. It's about upgrading our infrastructure so that we can all grow while doing more with less. So let's reduce the number of flights, cut the noise, lower the travel costs and secure our city's future.
Assemblymember Georgiou to second, please.
I'll second and reserve my right to speak.
Assemblymember Cooper, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honestly, unlock, unleash, expand. I asked the Mayor some questions about the possibility of electric planes which are being developed. And I think that's the only way you can go when you've got an airport like City Airport, which is completely surrounded by thousands of people that live very close by. The environmental impacts of the airport are significant, as they are with Heathrow. Worse air quality, increases in noise pollution and contributing to higher greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm going to briefly speak about air pollution. Airport-related air pollution comprises of more ultrafine particles than pollution from roads. These particles can travel tens of thousands of kilometres beyond airport boundaries, but particularly result in poorer air quality near airports. And this means that expansion would not only increase air pollution, but they'd be worse forms of air pollution for Londoners who live near the airport. Noise. On noise, the modelling by City Airport, which suggests the changes would lead to improved overall noise, is completely inadequate. And that's why I've been calling for a really robust analysis. And it only compares the A320neo with the E190 plane. The A320neo would be up to 4 decibels louder than other aircraft which use the airport, like the A220 or the 190E2. On climate and emissions, while road emissions are expected to fall sharply because of the Mayor's initiatives that he's been taking since 2016, we expect road emissions to go down to 2040. Aviation emissions are expected to rise. So we cannot support the current changes, which have not been properly analysed by the airport in terms of the local impacts. There has to be a proper, robust, independent assessment to fully understand the noise, the air quality and the climate impacts. The airspace change process has not adequately addressed this, and I would encourage everybody to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Conservatives for bringing this motion, which I welcome very strongly, and I will be supporting it. I agree wholeheartedly that expanding capacity of London City Airport brings multiple benefits in jobs, much-needed economic growth, God, we could do some of that, connectivity, trade and tourism. And the motion is correct to refer to cleaner and quieter aircraft as a result of improvements in technology, meaning that this expansion can absolutely happen with less impact for local communities. But I'm afraid this motion is also a huge missed opportunity, because all those arguments, so eloquently espoused by Assemblymember Turrell, all those arguments apply equally. No, actually, they apply even more to Heathrow. Tens of thousands of jobs, 33 billion private investment, significant improvement in connectivity. If those arguments are relevant and valid on one side of London, they are valid on the other side too. Either you support aviation as a driver of economic growth or you don't. So this could have been a great opportunity to review this Assembly's position on Heathrow, to bring it in line with every serious party in Parliament, with business groups like the CBI, London Chambers of Commerce and Business London, trade unions like Unite, GMB and Community. And as recent polling shows, 68% of local residents, including a clear majority in every single one of 20 nearby constituencies. So yes, I support the motion, but I should let you know I had tried to table an amendment to bring Heathrow into discussion. Bizarrely, the Chair ruled it out of order. I can only imagine that was to protect his party colleagues from being exposed for this shameless hypocrisy in opposing the third runway. We will always back the flyers, not the floppers.
The reason the amendment was rejected, and though it makes a very good speech and clip to accuse everybody of being against you, the reason it was rejected is because this motion was about City Airport, not Heathrow Airport. It would have been the same if you'd have asked to talk about Biggin Hill or to ask about Northolt. It was specific to that, and you tried to change it substantially. If you want to propose that motion, you can do so, but I don't take it very favourably when you accuse me of being partial. The one reason I'm here is because I've demonstrated I am not. Thank you. Assemblymember Lord Bailey, please.
I'd just like to say, in response to comments from our Reform colleagues, there's a major difference between this and Heathrow: the amount of public funds being requested. Heathrow is a colossal expense to the public, and please don't tell me it's not going to cost anything to public. It simply won't. It will have some effect or cost on the public, and also as well, Heathrow operates at an enormously different scale to City Airport. And although that from our Labour colleagues is a knee-jerk reaction to talk about the impact, the major piece here is these are modern jets that will lower the amount of flights, lower the amount of noise, and lower the amount of fuel used. So if you are heavily invested in the green agenda, surely you should be supporting this because it's moving in the right direction. Being a green activist doesn't just mean opposing every change in the universe. It must be looking at changes for the better. And this is a positive step because we're looking at modern technology that will lower the impacts, particularly environmentally and noise as well. It will lower them in the correct direction. So I really do think it does deserve some support.
Yeah. Assembly Member Giorgio, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know what? I will say this. I was so grateful to Assembly Member Wilson in Enfield at the local elections for his comments on the Greenbelt. Now he's just helped out the Hillingdon Tories as well. So well done, Alex. Thank you for securing more wins at the next general election for us in the Great London Borough of Hillingdon. Look, I will say this about Heathrow rather than alluding to Assembly Member Wilson's comments. I forget you Labour lot. Do you support Heathrow expansion now? Do you not support it? Your government wants it, your mate doesn't. Pick a side, guys. Come on, we don't even know where you are. I would say this. Look, 1.5 billion increase in growth for the city if this goes ahead. An additional 1,600 jobs. I know Labour hates jobs, but we're pro them. But look, they are quieter planes. I think Assembly Member Cooper's gotten her planes mixed up. So the Airbus A220, which would come online if there was expansion, is quieter and more fuel efficient. The A320neo is actually bigger, quieter and more fuel efficient. And also the reality of this is expansion over here at London City Airport actually would require next to no increase in the footprint, which is fantastic. But what I love about the trots in the Labour Party is this. They talk about the environment, they talk about pollution, but yet they want to destroy London's green belt. Pick a side. Pick a side. You want to destroy the green belt, the green lungs of London, the same manifesto that you lot stood on, that the mayor stood on, saying we protect the green belt, and you're saying that actually you don't want to expand London City Airport because it's bad for the environment. Hypocrisy on a grand scale. I love calling out every time. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I won't be doing this one for the clips. I just wanted to do it to embarrass the commies on the other side. But thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I will contribute. My invitation to members who want to support this motion is to go down to Royal Docks and taste the air. Just taste the air. Then tell me it doesn't have an effect on local residents. So we'll now move to second is done. Second is done. Assembly Member Tyrrell to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting against this motion is a vote to talk London down. It's a vote to make London poorer. It's a vote to keep a congestion premium on holiday makers from East and South East London. It's a vote against affordable holidays. It's a vote against reducing disruption for more than 112,000 Londoners. It's a vote against reducing flights, tens of thousands of flights over the capital. It's a vote against saving nearly 6,000 tonnes of fuel. It's a vote for adding nearly 20,000 tonnes of carbon into London's air. And for members who voted for ULEZ to vote now to dump 20,000 tonnes of fuel, carbon into London, absolute hypocrisy. Making this change to London City Airport is an economical and environmental no-brainer. Doing nothing isn't actually inaction. It's getting left behind. It's ignoring modern technology. Making this change enables economic growth, enables modernisation, enables reducing noise, enables cleaner airport. It's an absolute no-brainer, and if you care about the environment, if you care about the economy, you'll vote for it.
So, can we see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Towell?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 votes against, Chair. That falls.
The next item, 3.8, 3.9. Oh, that's it, 3.9. Apologies, I almost called the wrong person. The next motion is 3.9. If Assembly Member Roberts could move that motion, please.
Chair, can I give a point of personal explanation before we start?
There is no such thing as a point of personal explanation.
Well, I'll give it anyway then. If
No,
that's
no.
okay.
Assembly Member,
Chair,
please sit down.
this-
Please sit
this
down.
motion- Keith,
just make it in
Assembly
comments.
Member,
Keith,
please
don't
sit
fight
down.
with him, just make it in comments.
You're going to be mentioned, just
You
say
can
it.
contribute during the. You could, Assembly Member,
these are based on lies.
do take
I
your
cannot
seat.
believe that the Lib Dems have gone down to this level. I'm extremely disappointed in you, Assembly
Please.
Member Bakari. I thought you were above this.
Assembly Member,
It's
you can
absolutely
make that
pathetic.
contribution
we will
during
be
the debate.
leaving the chamber, Mr.
You
Mayor.
can, very good. Very good. Assembly Member.
Oh, sorry.
Assembly Member.
Sorry, I thought it was you.
Assembly Member Roberts, if you'd like to propose.
Can't say anything against the illegal, can he? Where are you going?
Hang on, let's start that bloody.
You're not a prisoner.
Bet you're glad you came, aren't you?
Yes.
There we go. Right, so ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, can I just... Are we still quorate, Chairman? Because we've got so many of Labour missing. I see another one's missing, and now the Reform have gone. What?
We are.
I think we're still quorate though, just.
We're just quorate. What a shame our colleagues can't stay here to listen.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17.
13.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we're still.
Where is he going to stay? They've had enough.
You people are terribly vague.
Is there any point in doing this?
Oh, let's go. Come on.
Just take a vote, take a vote.
No, I want to get
Straight to the
Let's put a record, my good behaviour.
I'm going to do. Right, ladies and gentlemen, politics can be unpredictable. Every so often, it produces a plot twist that nobody saw coming. And here we had the Reform MP for Romford claiming before the election, the local elections, that there should be a referendum on whether Havering should leave London. However, and this is where I was about to rise to praise Assemblymember Prince, because he had the good sense to tell his council that in Havering that we won't be wasting our time on Hexit. Close quotes. Now, I have a lot of sympathy with Keith Prince, not least because he's a member of Reform, and frankly, we should always sympathise with people like that. We hope that one day that they will see the error of their ways and return to the light. But on this occasion, I think he did exactly the right thing. He rescued London from one of his own party's stupid ideas. This is the new politics of Reform. I say new. Say one thing one day and deliver something entirely different the next. I mean, indeed, his own leader was saying that Nigel Farage, mentioned twice today. All I would say is that people ought to have the choice to make a decision on this. Now, we've all seen what happens when people go up against Nigel Farage. They tend to disappear very shortly afterwards from the Reform ranks. We saw what happened with David Bull. We saw what happened with Rupert Lowe. But this is an important matter, even though they're not here to enjoy this. Constitutional change isn't a thought experiment or a headline-grabbing gimmick. Floating the idea that a London borough should leave Greater London creates uncertainty for residents, creates uncertainty for businesses, and for the public services that people depend on. It raises serious questions about transport, policing, planning, housing, investment, without providing any serious answers. So, although sometimes I disagree with Assembly Member Prince, including his decision not to be here, on this occasion he made the right call. He recognised that the interests of Havering residents are best served by remaining at the heart of our capital and not by flirting with fragmentation. Because this isn't just about Havering. London's strength comes from all 32 London boroughs and the city working together. If we start treating borough boundaries as optional, we weaken the strategic partnership that allows us to tackle the challenges we collectively share, from transport and housing to policing and economic growth. This motion recognises that Assembly Member Prince was right to reject this divisive proposal, and it reaffirms a simple principle, that London's boroughs and the city are stronger together than they could ever be apart, and therefore I commend the motion to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you. I hope the cameras can pan to Assembly Member Prince's seat, because I am going to respond to Assembly Member Prince's empty chair, and I feel very sad, Assembly Member Prince, that you are no longer in this chamber, because, you know, at the end of the day, you said something that mattered, and that is why we are proposing this motion. I'm pleased to second Assembly Member Roberts' motion on this, because it's a proposal that had created confusion where Londoners deserved certainty. Whatever political point was meant to be scored, it was Havering's residents who were left wondering what leaving London might actually mean for them. And Havering is far too diverse a borough for anyone to assume that one voice speaks for everyone. It is the home to people from many different communities and backgrounds, and all of whom rely on the opportunities and services that come from being part of our great capital. It's also the borough of one of the oldest populations. Many older residents depend on a London-wide transport, healthcare partnerships and other services that help them remain active and independent, and they deserve reassurance, not uncertainty about their future. So I welcome Assembly Member Prince's decision as Havering Council leader to reject this unnecessary proposal and put the interests of Havering residents first. So, Keith, you know, let's stay friends and disagree well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. I really think if we have strong views, we should stand up and be counted. Now, if Keith did not agree with what our Liberal Democrat colleagues are saying, he should have the guts to stand there and say why they're wrong and say what he feels he wants for Havering. Havering is a wonderful place. It's a lovely borough. Did a lot of work there in the locals and before. It's full of really good people who deserve to be represented. They're not being represented because he's just walked out. Now, I agree with what you're saying, but if I didn't, I would say so. And just walking out, I'm sorry that we're paid to do a job here, but most importantly, we're paid and we have put ourselves forward to represent the people that we are voted in for. And I think the people of Havering deserve somebody that will stand up and say, does he believe that Havering should be taken out of London or not? It's as simple as that. And we don't know. We assume he thinks they should because he disagreed with you. But to not have the guts to stand up and tell us why is, in my view, unacceptable. I agree with what you've said. Thank you.
Assembly Member Towell, please.
I hope this will be my last contribution, although I hope you'll all agree. You probably hope more. So during the local elections in my constituency, a strange thing happened. The heavens opened, the light came down, and down descended Nigel Farage into Bexley and Bromley, where he proclaimed that should reform win the council, there will be a conversation about whether these boroughs belonged in London. And my constituents looked at him and they wondered, what on earth are you talking about? And they sent him packing. It was fantastic to see at the count for Bromley Council the leader of Reform in Bromley swagger into the count thinking he was leaving as leader of the council. My friends, he left without even his pass to the Civic Centre when we took his seat off him. Because the point is, Reform could not answer. In fact, during the election, their website became 2 points. They said they are against building on the Greenbelt. But Alex Herbert, Assemblymember Wilson, voted to build on the Greenbelt, and they said they were against Bromley leaving London, but then their leader came and proclaimed how Bromley would leave London, because they couldn't answer the question. They can't answer what will happen to people's transport services. They can't answer what will happen to the police. Bromley has about 2,000 police officers in it. Kent has 4,000 officers for the whole county. There is no way London boroughs will maintain their police presence if they're not in there. And they can't even answer what it would look like. They said Bexley and Bromley would become unitary authorities. All London councils already are unitary authorities. They don't know whether they'll rejoin Kent. They don't know whether they'll stay a council just remaining outside the GLA and just buying the services back in. There are no answers, because all this is it's a expensive distraction from the real issues that people are facing across London. And that's why I'm so delighted that the people of Bexley and Bromley sent Reform packing.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thanks. I am very upset that Assemblymember Prince has left, because I wanted to know why he was so upset about what was said, and now I guess we'll never know. In fact, I now am annoyed at him because I'm going to have to go home and watch a Havering full council meeting to make sure that what was reported across all the national papers was actually correct. And I just wanted to make clear that it's on the record that this is what he apparently, now I need to go check it, this was reported widely across the media, that he said at full council, I was born in the county of Essex, which later became part of Havering. I can understand people's attachment to our historic county identity. However, let me make this crystal clear. At this moment in time, from the research that I've done, it is quite clear that many of our residents would be significantly worse off financially if we were to leave London. So, while there are those who are emotionally attached to the attraction of leaving London, I and this administration have yet to be presented with a well-thought research and costed proposals which outlines the benefits to our residents. Therefore, we will not be wasting our time pursuing Hexit or leaving the Greater London Authority, but we will be concentrating our time and energies on getting Havering back on track. Every single word of that reflects the motion in front of us. And so I was really excited to see Assemblymember Prince and why he was so upset that that's been reported in the motion. But I think this speaks to what Reform do. There was a difficult question, so he's left the room. It is what the populist politics of Reform tell us to do it, and that is more of what the populist politics of Reform are doing in telling people they should leave Bexley, in telling them that they can leave Havering. I live in an outer London area, and yes, I'm really sorry to the few remaining Labour leaders left, but yes, in our outer London boroughs we hate Sadiq Khan. Yes, we hate some of the policies he's bestowed upon us. But we understand that we are better within London, and we understand that we love London and we love being a part of London. And then someone comes along with a populist argument and tells you it'll all be okay. If we just leave London, we'll leave all our problems behind. And that's the whole fundamental flaw of Reform politics. It's attaching yourself to an idea that can get people angry and then leaving when the questions get too difficult.
Thank you. Can I ask... I can't remember, did Assemblymember Bakari... You've done your bit, sorry, that's right. Assemblymember Roberts, if you could sum up. Thank you very much. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assemblymember Roberts, please indicate.
Right. Those in favour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please.
Are there any votes against? That's no votes against, Chair. That is carried with 14 to 0.
I have received a request for a 5-minute comfort break. And I have agreed to it. So cue the moans.
Thank you. Yeah. Please, Chair. Return at 3:46, please, members. Yeah.
might be helpful. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Hamdash, and if you'd like to propose your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the most difficult things about being a kid is feeling like you don't fit in. And I remember feeling acutely as I found out more about myself and started to realise that I was gay.
Can you put your microphone up, because it's actually...
That I felt not part of the crowd, that I felt vulnerable. And as kids sometimes can be really cruel, seeing kids picked on for being camp, to feel like you couldn't go to the toilet or you couldn't go to the changing room because you weren't confident that you would be accepted, that you wouldn't be targeted. And that's why I've always had such solidarity with trans Londoners and my trans friends, because for whatever crumb, difficulty and challenge that I faced, it's 10 times worse for our trans Londoners. And equally, my childhood at school was under the auspices of Section 28. And that was a set of rules and set of guidance that meant that teachers couldn't challenge the kind of homophobic bullying that some of my friends got in those spaces. I worry, with the change in the code of practice, we are sleepwalking into a very similar situation for trans Londoners. We've had an understanding of the Equality Act for so long that has been upended by the Supreme Court challenges. And now we have guidance that is confusing. We have talk of there won't be need for toilet police, but we are expecting some kind of guidance and rules that mean that service providers have to provide single-sex spaces. The certainty that trans Londoners once had has been ripped up. And I really, really worry about what that means for people's safety, security and confidence in their day-to-day life. Now, I look to America, not always a bastion of tolerance, and yet many American states voted against comprehensively the kind of bathroom bills that excluded trans people that our government are now on the verge of accepting. That's deeply, deeply worrying and a dark, dark stain on what I believe Britain to be, which is a tolerant and accepting place. So I would urge us all to look at this code of practice and to take every step that we can to resist it, to push it back, just like many MPs from lots of different parties are when it comes to this early day motion. Thanks for your time.
Assembly Member Russell, do you wish to second?
I'll reserve my right.
Anyone? Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. And I will speak quickly, just because I think that it's important, I do, that to say I won't be voting for this motion, but I think I won't be voting for it for different reasons to some in the chamber, especially within my party. And that's because I think that I don't not think that things are tough right now for trans people. I don't not think that what's happened has not helped with the narratives within society, and I don't not recognise those problems. But I do think the issues that the motion looks to address are not where the issues lies. In fact, I think in the same way that people have catastrophised the Equality Act previously, leading to the Supreme Court judgment, I think people are catastrophising the Code of Practice now. And actually, I think the Code of Practice, while it's has to deal with the legislation as it is, and I actually think it does bring some clarity to tell people not to be the bathroom police, to tell trans people that they can live their lives. And I have to believe the public institutions that I've spoke with that have said nothing will change. And I do believe that those that are saying it will change, I have to say, I frankly think it's politically motivated. And I think this is a time when we should be reassuring our community, not trying to stress them out even more. I think the problem with everything when it comes to debating trans rights is ground that has been taken by the extremes on both sides, and more normal people in the middle just want everyone to be able to live their lives. They want legitimate concerns of women to be understood, and they want legitimate concerns of trans men and women to be understood. And too often that debate isn't had in a a way where we're trying to get to the nub of those with legitimate concerns, the most vulnerable people. It's those with an axe to grind, those who are politically or ideologically motivated that are controlling the conversation. And ultimately, over the last few years especially, it has been many trans people that have felt the brunt of that. And so I think I understand the plight, but I don't understand the attacks on the code of practice. And I think even more so, that, just to be clear, sorry, Chair, I just realised there's not a single example here of something you change or what you want to change. I think the early day motion itself is giving false hope to people they're changing the Supreme Court decision. I don't think this is the right mechanism to look at the very real problems that people are facing. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do think that this whole motion, this whole campaign really, I think is fundamentally misguided because it is focused on the Equality and Human Rights Commission guidance, but the guidance simply reflects the Supreme Court decision. So I'd like to quote from that judgment, paragraph 264. It says, the words sex, woman and man in sections 11 and 212 mean and were always intended to mean biological sex, biological woman and biological man. These and the other provisions to which we have referred cannot properly be interpreted as also extending to include certificated sex, meaning someone with a gender recognition certificate, without rendering them incoherent and unworkable. They conclude, in other words, a trans man is a woman and a trans woman is a man and not entitled to be treated as a woman under the Equality Act. That is what the law says. That's what the Supreme Court decided. So you're not actually fighting the guidance. Obviously, you're fighting reality, I think, but you're fighting the law, and there is a song about who wins that. Because the fact is, men do not have a right to enter women's toilets or women's changing rooms or women's sports, or to be housed in women's refuges, or to enter to be housed in women's prisons or to enter women's refuges. Men are not women and do not have a right to be treated as women. That is what the law says. If I can be frank, people need to stop listening to Stonewall extremists. They should read the court judgment, understand the law, engage with thoughtful criticism, and stop ignoring real problems, real downsides, real trade-offs inherent in the campaign that you are, or what you are asking for. Arguing about the guidance is just a displacement activity to avoid doing those things. I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think I'll contribute. It's interesting that we can have a law or guidance, or even a law, based on a term that nobody can define. Biological sex has never been determined unless you conclude that brains are not part of our biology. If you conclude that brains are separate from our biology, self-awareness is separate from our biology, then yes, fair enough, you can conclude that certain people who are born with certain equipment can be defined as biologically this or biologically that. And of course, you leave out the case of intersex people where their sexes are indeterminate at birth, and that is chosen for them by a doctor when that child is not at a maturity to actually make that decision about what gender they are. But no, we'll ignore those because we don't think they exist. Well, I'm afraid trans people exist, and they've existed for the entire human history. And up until recently, it didn't cause anyone any problems. I'm a conservative. I actually, with this guidance, large organisations may be able to employ lawyers and specialists, but not the owner of a cafe, the owner of a small outlet, who will risk legal action against them because of this guidance. Because, and it's funny, we both agree, Assembly Member Bess. I don't disagree with anything you said. Different outcome. I don't think you can leave it to the EHRC to determine this when the impact on small businesses is going to be so horrendous and can be so horrendous. So I'll be supporting the motion. Assembly Member Georgia.
Thank you. I've recently found myself in the middle of some controversy due to some flag decisions, so I thought I'd make my views clear on this issue, and perhaps they're misguided and perhaps they're old-fashioned, but then equally I've had reason to sign off a document due to the recent decision as the leader of Enfield Council. My fundamental belief is in your DNA, in your chromosomes, effectively what you were born as, right? I don't think that's a particularly controversial view. Having said that, I'll put it on the record as to what I state what a man is and what a woman is. As I said, it's what you're ascribed at birth. It's in your DNA. Having said that, you know, I think Assemblymember Best has put it correctly and put it in the best way possible, which is extremists on either side have hijacked what's a particularly sensitive debate. In my view, you go to the men's loos if you have a penis, and you go to the women's loos if you have a vagina. Like, I'm sorry, like, to put it as crudely as that, I really don't understand where the issues lie here. And I would say that all of this, in Enfield at least, we have men's toilets, women's toilets, and we have gender-neutral toilets. I really don't understand how we've gotten ourselves to this controversial position, as that people can no longer state on record what they fundamentally believe. We couch it in these political terms where we've got these gotcha questions, and idiot politicians, quite frankly, can't answer the question as to what a man is or what a woman is out of fear of some sort of political retribution. I think it's a really sad state of affairs. And to be fair, although Assemblymember Boff and I, you, Chair, disagree fundamentally on so many of these issues, it all comes down to a matter of respect. And I'm afraid that we've actually managed to do it in a place here today in a respectful way. But sadly, too many colleagues, perhaps in this chamber, perhaps outside of it, can no longer answer the basic questions that the public deserve answers on. So I think as far as I'm concerned, we all come from a place of respect, whichever way we vote on this motion. I'm against it, but that doesn't mean that I fundamentally am in a different place from where other colleagues are that may vote for it.
Any other contributions? Assemblymember no, it's Assemblymember Russell to reserve to right. Sorry.
This is, I mean, I'm really grateful for the way that people have engaged with this, and Andrew in particular, your contribution was really welcome. We're talking about people here. We're talking, as Assemblymember Boff said, trans people exist, intersex people exist, and have existed for centuries, and we have all got along, and there has never been a problem up until this last few years, when it has become massively hyped up, and life has become increasingly difficult for many trans and gender diverse Londoners who are finding they're just anxious all the time. We've seen the murder of Brianna Jai, a young trans woman, not by people she met online, but by people she knew from school. We are living through very divided times. And this motion was brought in the spirit of trying to make sure that London remains a place where trans Londoners feel loved and wanted in this city, and where every small business feels confident that they can welcome anyone who comes into their cafe or their business to use their toilets. And I think there have been comments made about, the complexity of the whole legal situation. But basically, for many years, trans people have been using the toilet that fits the way they look. And no one has raised an eyebrow or got in the slightest bit worried. So I hope that we will all manage to get this motion across the line. And if we could please have a recorded vote. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hamdash to sum up, please.
After this vote, presumably, like 30 seconds later. In the climate that we're in, and with the code of practice that we see before us, I'm afraid I do talk to too many Londoners, too many friends who have had their life become smaller because of what is happening. Not sure about whether they can go to work with a toilet facility that's suitable for them. Not sure that they can go to the leisure centre in a way that they have for so many times with the changing rooms that are available. We live in this world where we're pretending that, there's always going to be a third option or there's always going to be an alternative. But like the chair has said, in these small venues, in these small spaces, there isn't always that extra option, and there isn't always that resource to be really clear about what's provided in a space that is deeply contested, right? Too many places have just found it easier to exclude people, whether that's the WI, who was saying that they can no longer take in trans women, when loads of branches would have been really happy to continue to do that. We are making trans Londoners' lives smaller with unclear, incoherent guidance when the Equality Act was interpreted really clearly for a very long time, and it's very clear from the people who wrote that bill that it was meant to be interpreted in a specific way. I will just say, though, the Equality Act isn't cast in stone forever. It can be changed by legislators, and it is entirely within the scope that we have today to introduce clarity and to protect the rights of trans Londoners in the way that they have been since 2010. And I would urge this government to fix the problems in the Equality Act.
Thank you. We've got a request for a recorded vote, so...
Thank you, Chair. We now move to a recorded vote on motion 3.10 in the name of Assembly Member Hamdash. I will call Assembly members alphabetically and ask them to indicate if they are voting for, against or abstaining, and I will call the Chair last. And please bear with me because I know we've got some apologies for absence. So, Assembly Member Ahmad.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Best.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Against.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
Against.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member Hamdash.
For.
Assembly Member Hirani. Sorry. Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Abstain.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member... No. Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Against.
And Assembly Member Boff, the Chair, please.
For.
Thank you, members. Bear with me while I tally. I make that to be 6 votes in favour, 5 votes against and 7 abstentions, which means that motion is carried.
If we can now move to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Best on live facial recognition.
Thank you. And can I thank the Labour group for strengthening the motion and alleviating some concerns around live facial recognition. I just wanted to bring this motion as as the conversation about live facial recognition persists, and especially with what we've seen with the Palantir contract in recent weeks and the damage that's going to do to the Met Police, it is going to become more essential than ever for the deployment of things like live facial recognition in order to keep us safe. So if I could take us through some of the myths around live facial recognition, that's mainly what I seek to address today. There's one big myth that this is a big form of mass surveillance, Big Brother experiment. Just want to make it absolutely clear that live facial recognition does not take any images. It just takes data of number of faces that are looked at. No data is captured of, no images are captured and stored. No data about people are captured and stored. And every image is run past an officer who will then decide whether to take action or not. There's another misconception that it triggers a lot of false alert. That's as well demonstratively untrue. Over a million, there's been millions of uses of faces scanned using live facial recognition and only 12 false alerts in the last year. People are suggesting it's being used to replace actual police officers. Well, that isn't true. We're not losing police officers because of this. We're losing them because of the mismanagement of the Met. But actually, this will enable the police officers to do the work that we would otherwise be failing to do and make sure we can continue to arrest people. I think the last one as well, which people have suggested, is that the technology is racially biased due to some of the early studies where that could have been determined. However, the technology has moved on substantially since then, and the Met operates live facial recognition where there is no statistical significance between demographics. So we know that none of these things are true. But what we do know is that when the Met has used live facial recognition, as it did substantially last year, there was 2,100 arrests. And 24% of those arrests related to violence against women and girls. More than 100 registered sex offenders, and there was 1,400 individuals subsequently charged and cautioned. We know that it makes our areas much safer. We know that as we go forward, we have two options. We can embrace technology and fight criminals, or we can stay back in the Stone Ages and let criminals overtake us. Those are the two options available to us, and it has been proven through the court system that live facial recognition is legal, is being used in a way that is not taking overbearing covert images of everybody. It's protecting privacy, and actually some of these, many of the myths, I hope, especially that come from the Green Party, who spout the myths about live facial recognition all the time. I hope you can bring those today so I can tell you why you were so wrong.
Assembly Member Garrett, a second, please.
Thanks. So I'm going to speak particularly about the story of Croydon with live facial recognition to answer the question why anyone would even want this technology. So Croydon was something of a pioneer, actually, of live facial recognition in London, possibly because both the previous and current policing minister, Chris Philp and Sarah Jones, are both Croydon MPs. The first year that LFR really got going in London was in 2024, and in that year, Croydon had more LFR deployments than any other borough, came to Croydon 31 times. The next highest was Westminster, and basically every other borough was down in single digits. So we were leading the way. Since last year, we now have fixed LFR cameras in North End, in the town centre of Croydon. It doesn't mean they're operating all the time. What it means is that Croydon Police can run a live facial recognition operation without having to get the van down from somewhere else. I think some other boroughs are looking at that as well. Question, though, is, did any of this make a difference? Did Croydon, who got there ahead of most other boroughs, really see any benefit? It's hard to release information about, I suppose, specific individuals, but there was one man who was wanted, had been on the run for almost a decade for 2 rapes. He was picked up by live facial recognition. There was, in fact, more than one example of a registered sex offender breaching their conditions. In one case, he was with a juvenile, which he was not allowed to be, and that person was, let's say, not happy to be with him. If you look from the anecdote to the bigger picture, across London, robbery since, say, 2022 is up 23% across the rest of London. In Croydon, it is down 12%. Burglary is down across London by 7%. In Croydon, it is down 16%. Shoplifting, we hear this is an unstoppable problem, still rising across London. In Croydon, it is down 20% since 2024. Croydon is bucking the trend, and if you speak to local police, they will tell you it's their ability to identify, apprehend, and remove the most persistent offenders who cause these problems using LFR. That is one of the main reasons. I hope people in other parts of London can soon benefit from not being burgled, robbed, or attacked or shoplifted. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this motion, but with a little trepidation. There's a few things that I think we need to pay close attention to. It was stated that only 12 false recognitions happened using this technology. Now, that might seem like a small number unless you are one of those 12. And the idea that you have nothing to fear from our legal system or the police if you have nothing to hide simply is untrue. My community can attest to many, many miscarriages of justice that have been based on the fact of you fit the description. So, again, while I'll be supporting it, I do think there is some things that we need to be wary of around the technology. The second piece is how it is operated. If it is continued to be operated in the manner that is operated now, that may well be all right. But we are a nation legally, legislatively well known for creep. So you start out in a nice place and it's a thin end of the wedge, and the next thing you do, you're looking to look for people who owe money to their insurance, or you're looking for people who you might not like for different political reasons. And if anybody thinks I'm crazy, let's just talk about police's activity around tweets and posts on Facebook. If you go back 10 years, nobody would have thought that kind of activity would have happened in this country. There is a need for constant vigilance about how this technology develops and how it is operated to make sure it remains safe. Notwithstanding the Croydon example, I accept that in Croydon and in many places across London, it has been a real tool, a real part of driving crime down, but we wouldn't want it to become part of picking the wrong people. Because what we would say is the computer says yes, so that person must be at least a suspect or, in many cases, even guilty. And we just need to be very wary of that. So although I will be voting for this, I'll be voting for this with the notion that we as politicians, here and in the other place, will constantly scrutinise the use of this technology.
Assembly Member Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to put on record that a couple of years ago, I was absolutely against LFR because I believed it was troubling. I believed there were problems with it. I ended up doing a deep dive into finding out about it, and actually I'm just in the process of writing a report about it, and I have been converted quite simply because I know what LFR is today. And I do thank the Conservative group for accepting the amendment that we put forward and putting this motion forward as an altered motion. And I'm pleased to support the motion because live facial recognition has become an accurate and very useful tool which fundamentally makes Londoners safer. More than 3 million faces passed through LFR cameras across London last year, and out of all of those, there were 12 false alerts, which were all solved by the production of appropriate ID. We've heard about Croydon. In Croydon, I actually happened to be there by pure accident on the very first day it was rolled out a couple of years ago. And I remember speaking to the officer in charge, who was delighted. It had already been going for about 2 hours, and they'd arrested 5 people that they had on their wanted list. Last year alone in Croydon, over 470,000 people walked past the cameras, and there was only one false alert, which was resolved with a brief conversation and no arrest followed. Nobody in London has ever been arrested because of a false LFR alert. That is a level of precision that officers simply can't replicate without this technology. And it's also important to bust the myth that people's faces and images are kept on record. Your image is in the system for half a second and then it's deleted. It doesn't stay there. This is precision technology, and it's led to more than 2,100 arrests in London, including well over 100 registered sex offenders. The Croydon pilot alone delivered 173 arrests in 6 months, and it's helped bring down violence against women and girls in that area. In just 2 days of deployment in Brixton, there have been 27 arrests. People who may never otherwise have been found, some who've been wanted for offences going back years. In Denmark Hill, there was a sex offender who was found with a 6-year-old child, and that person would not have been caught doing what, you know, I don't even want to think about what he was going to do with that child, but he was caught because of LFR. The issue is about a legislative framework. We are in the process of that, and I hope that that will reassure people like Assemblymember Bailey. And it's important and accurate to keep Londoners safe, and it is something that I would support and that we will be supporting.
Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you. Assemblymember Hamdash, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did listen with interest to Sir Rowley to talk about his vision for the Metropolitan Police and technology. And I will say, when I listened to him talk about the vision for our 1 million CCTV cameras across London, digitised and automated in collaboration with the body cams that police wear, I'm afraid I found it incredibly dystopian. Now, we've talked about bias and we've talked about safeguards, but how LFR is deployed and introduced very clearly has bias. It has bias about where is chosen. And like Assemblymember Bailey said, that the number of stop and searches might not sound big in the scale of things, but as we scale those numbers up, those numbers will also increase. And we've heard loud and clear from lots of Londoners what happens to your life when you are regularly stopped by the police. Whether that's by LFR or stop and search, it's alienating and it's disrupting. Equally, one of the things I think that we should think deeply about is that we sometimes presume that the safeguards and protections that we're introducing are forever. But there is a political party in this chamber who've walked out, who have quite a dystopian vision about civil liberties. And one only has to look to Trump's America to see what happens when these tools can be used by tyrants. We should be deeply sceptical about what LFR could mean for a political party that is committed to mass deportations, that does not have concerns about racial bias. We should be deeply concerned about the tools that we're putting out there and what might be the lasting consequences for our society.
I'm going to call Assemblymember Best now, but before I do, are all members aware that this is an altered motion, and you're confident you know which one we're talking about? Very good. Assemblymember Best.
Yeah, I 100% understand where Assemblymember Ahmed is coming from. It definitely sounds a bit creepy when you first hear about it, but actually, having looked into the technology more, which I would ask everybody to do, definitely shows you it is the right thing to do for London. And Assemblymember Bailey and Assemblymember Hamdash, I think you are both way off on the numbers. And me and you love stop and search. I'd say love is a hard word because I think it's a means to an end, right?
I do love it.
You do love it.
Yes.
Thanks for saying that on the mic. But you love it. But when you look at the stop and search members, last year in London, 32,157 people were stopped and searched with no further action. Good. That's 48,245 as a total. So you're talking about a massive percentage of people being stopped and searched and being let go. This is talking about millions of faces scanned and 12 false alerts. And as Assemblymember Ahmed said, no false arrests. And I know me and you came from the same kind of places where if you had a dodgy brother, you would be stopped all the time. It's the same as that. In fact, it's much better because this goes through a thing where the computer stops and shows you the image. The officer on the ground might say, oh, I know that's somebody's little brother, that's not him, and they get rid of it. This is a much better way. If you rolled this out and scaled it up, as Assemblymember Hamdash was so worried about, I would like to get to a place where we're not stopping and searching because we're using live facial recognition on such a large scale that we can reduce the amount on which we are doing stop and search. And then I think when we get onto the more tinfoil hat stuff, that's a bit slightly more egregious. But it's funny, as Assemblymember Hamdash, you had worries. I have worries too, because this was rolled out at the Unite the Kingdom protest and not at the Palestinian Solidarity March. So I think when we're looking at using live facial recognition at protest, I agree with Mark Rowley when he said that that's probably not the way to go, because I do think that leads the police into looking like they're making a political stance. However, if you are rolling this out in town centres across London, that is a good thing. And what actually is worse is when you have stubborn Green councils and sometimes Labour councils saying this can't come into our areas. So, for example, I was at a recent meeting in Waltham Forest where the police were saying that this had been transformative, and we've been told that we're not going to have this in our... they don't want us to use this anymore. However, we have... lovely. Okay, I'll leave it there. But it's when you're going to stop it, that's when it's going to make it disparate.
Thank you very much. Can we now see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assemblymember Best?
And this is the altered motion. Thank you, members.
Altered motion.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please.
That is 3 votes against. That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much. If we can now move on to the next motion in the name of Assemblymember Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. A land value tax may sound just technical, but London has the highest property values in the country. The average London home is now worth £553,000, compared with far lower values across England as a whole. So when national politicians from the Labour Party casually talk about a land property tax, taxing land and property more heavily, what they're talking about is punishing London. In London, living in a high-value property doesn't mean you're rich. It may mean you're a pensioner who bought your home decades ago. It may mean your family squeezed into a modest house in an expensive area. It may mean you're a leaseholder already facing service charges, or a shared owner already stretched, or a renter whose landlord will simply pass on the cost. Supporters say a tax would be paid by property owners, but costs don't neatly stay where politicians set them. They are passed on through higher rents, higher service charges, reduced maintenance and less investment in homes. So the burden would trickle down, not just to the wealthy alone, but to the people who can least carry it. For renters, it risks pushing rents even higher. For first-time buyers, it adds another annual cost on top of the deposit, the mortgage, the bills and the existing taxes. For existing homeowners, it means people who've already paid stamp duty when they bought their home could now be asked to pay an additional yearly property tax. Groups such as Fair Share have proposed a proportional tax at 0.48 on the value of a home. On an average London property worth £553,000, that would mean £2,600 per year for a family before they've paid the mortgage, the energy bills, the council tax, the travel costs and food bills. Britain already has one of the highest property tax burdens among major economies, with recent analysis putting UK property taxes at around 3.7% of GDP. Londoners are already paying enough. This will be damaging to house building as well. The London house market is fragile. Developers are wary. The mayor has missed these targets by a country mile. Londoners are already struggling to move. Young people are being priced out. And you're adding another layer of tax and risk and uncertainty will mean even less homes would be built. And most importantly, larger family homes will be hit especially hard. At a time when London desperately needs more family-sized housing, this tax would punish the very homes we should protect. I commend this motion to you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to second, please.
Second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Chair. From what I've heard of Assembly Member Lord Bailey, this just goes to show this is an absolute nonsense motion based on speculation. And besides, the land value tax he's referred to is a proposal that looks to replace a tax that they want to get rid of, which is, of course, stamp duty, and looks to replace the council tax system, which is absolutely broken. It's outdated, it's regressive, it's unfair. In fact, most of the arguments that he made just now about LVT apply directly to council tax. So first of all, let me just start with outdated. Let's remember how we got here. Maggie Thatcher, remember her? And her popular poll tax, riots on the street, civil unrest that I can even remember vividly as a 9-year-old. Hence its replacement. The council tax, which still to this day, 2nd of July 2026, is based on home prices, just check notes, 1991. In the 10 years to 2023, property prices increased 4 times faster in Waltham Forest than they did in Hammersmith and Fulham, and yet none of that reflected in the banding system that we have today. It is outdated, it is unfair. It's also regressive. It takes into account the value of your home, but doesn't take into account your income. You need council tax support schemes that are often complicated, as well as varying from borough to borough, which shows that, as I say, it's regressive, it's unfair. But let me just finish with a little game of play your council tax right. We've got Band D council tax rates across London. We'll start off with Hammersmith and Fulham, a Labour council, starting off at £1,519. Next up, we've got Bromley Council, Conservative. Is it higher or lower, folks? Higher. Higher, that's right, at £2,140 for a Band D property. Let's go to Newham in this area. Labour, is it higher or lower than Bromley? Lower, yes, that's right, £1,911. Let's go to Richmond upon Thames, Lib Dem Council. Is it higher or lower? Higher, £2,486. And Harrow Council.
We may not be able to complete this game as you're now out of time.
Unfortunately, it is higher, but I'm going to stop at that point. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Georgiou, please.
All right, let me just deal with that guff. Right.
Yeah.
Firstly, and you know, as a normal with Assembly Member Mahfouz, he reads half a Wikipedia page rather than the whole thing. What Mrs. T did when she implemented the community charge was replace the rates. Then she fell, council tax came back in, which was effectively the rates repackaged. It was effectively the same model. Let's be clear. What he has described with various different funding models is the funding model from national government, which is broken. To be clear, successive Labour and Conservative governments did over Enfield Council. This government rectified that mistake, and I fully welcome it. There's no doubt about it. But what he has failed to mention, you replace a one-off stupid tax, which is stamp duty, and replace it with a stupid tax in perpetuity. And that's the problem with the land value tax. Council tax is ridiculous. The rates were ridiculous. A land value tax is stupid and ridiculous. You can agree that council tax is bad and regressive without suggesting we replace it with something equally pathetic. And this is the point. We all agree council tax is bad. I'm sure we can all agree a land value tax is bad, because what you end up with is a mega city packed with people. Oh, do I single out one borough? The Islington types, the champagne socialists that are absolutely minted in their townhouses that can afford to pay a stupid tax. And then what you end up is you push all the poorer people out, all what the Labour politicians, not on the Assembly surely, regard as undesirable, you push them out of London. So you have a mecca city filled with posh champagne socialists working at Google that can afford to pay this stupid new land value tax. That's what you end up with in reality.
Anyone else? Assembly Member Hall, please.
People like you that can afford it, not others.
I should be brief. We all remember Labour's manifesto 2 years ago. We will not tax working people. Well, you can't trust a word they say. If Burnham comes in, God help us all, because we all know he loves the north and he'll try and punish us. Well, it'll be time then for Sadiq Khan to do what he says. He says he champions London. Let's just see how well he does. And by the way, the Champagne socialists now have all gone green. Have you not noticed?
Dear.
So there we go. God help us all.
You've got them now. I rather like the poll tax. I thought it was rather good.
Yes,
So did I.
No, I don't.
It wasn't
I thought it was
regressive.
excellent. Anyway, Assembly Member Lord Bailey to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me address what was termed as guff by my esteemed colleague to my right there. First and foremost, your new leader, who's about to be coronated from what you can see, hasn't said what kind of tax he would. He hasn't said he would get rid of stamp duty, but what he has said in the past is that he favours a land value tax. Let's be clear, in London, it'd be super regressive because many Londoners bought their homes a long time ago. It doesn't mean they're cash rich, it means they bought the house a long time ago. They would be forced to move. And as my colleague said, it would hollow out London because only the rich would be able to afford London because London would be very expensive. So this would be Labour's tax against London. Many Labour MPs have been cited of saying, who can we tax next? So if you listen to this as a Londoner, wondering if you're safe from tax, not under this Labour government, because the Labour MPs want to tax you, and so does their new leader want to tax you. This wouldn't take into account your income. It'd only take into account the value of your home. And I repeat, in all of your constituencies, there are people now who live in a property that they certainly couldn't afford if they had to pay for it now. And the fact that council tax is a rubbish tax doesn't mean you should replace it with another rubbish tax. So you waving your arms around saying is council tax regressive? Yes, it is. But this is even more so. But the point is this. It will punish house provision in London. We would cease to see new houses being built because they would be hugely expensive, particularly family homes. And why that's bad in London, London is a young city. We have many young people who'd like to have a family. By making family homes even more expensive, it means we'll have even more young people who'll have their life damaged at point of start because of Labour's attack against London. Chair, I beg to move.
All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Lord Bailey, please show.
Thank you. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 votes against, Chair. That's lost.
Right.
So we've now only got one amendment
Yeah.
on this because Alex isn't here.
Right, it's almost coming home with this next motion.
I know this is the last one, isn't it? Oh.
So the next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Just say something nice to sit down.
Right, injury time now, isn't it? So, so firstly, if I can start on a conciliatory point, we accept the Conservative amendment as tabled. Certainly reject the one that Reform had tabled, but obviously not here. So 60 years of hurt, never stopped the streaming. Chair, here's a fact that's going to make me feel very old and possibly some other people in the room. When Three Lions was released in 1996, remember it very well, England's World Cup victory was only 30 years old. Today, Three Lions song is now 30 years old too. Yes, through every tournament, the penalty shootouts, the highs, the lows, we've never stopped believing. Last night was another reminder why, after falling behind inside 7 minutes, England didn't panic. Captain Kane showed exactly why he's one of the world's best to fire us through to the next round. And now comes another date with footballing history. 40 years after Maradona's infamous hand of God knocked England out of the legendary Azteca Stadium, we'll be returning there to face the co-hosts with a chance to write a different ending. But what strikes me most isn't just how England play with resilience, energy and ambition. It's who England are. 40 years ago in Mexico, my childhood footballing idol, John Barnes, stood almost alone as the only foreign-born player in the England squad. Today, our national team reflects the modern Britain we all know and love. London is at the heart of that story, and so is every community that believes talent matters more than background. We've got Leytonstone's Captain Kane already competing for the Golden Boot. We've got Greenford's Bukayo Saka with multiple assists and Kingston's Declan Rice doing the same. Mark Gahey solid in defence as well. Meanwhile, 20 of the 26 players in the squad are eligible to represent another country, but they chose England. This isn't a weakness, this is our strength. This team shows that our diversity doesn't divide us, it drives us forward. Chair, this England team reminds us that when we back talent, embrace diversity and stand together, we are stronger. That's the England we're proud of. That's the England the world sees on the world stage. And yes, come on England, it's coming home.
Yeah, you can say it.
Assembly Member Small Edwards to second, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm really privileged to second this motion today. But be honest, did you have a bit of doubt last night? Did you doubt when we were 1-0 down, 75 minutes gone, and Lionel Mpassi was looking like Gianluigi Buffon in his prime? Well, Chair, there's no need to doubt when you've got King Kane in your team. He may be living in Germany these days, but when England came calling, he answered it. A beautiful guided header, followed by a rocket-propelled grenade launch from his right boot. Even Mpassi stood no chance. The team now progresses to the last 16, and as the voice of London, the city which has produced more of the squad than any other in the UK, we wish them all the very best. Chair, mark my words, it's coming home.
Now, what do I do about it's been accepted?
Can they just need to move it in order that it can be accepted? So they can say...
Oh, right. Assembly Member Best to move the amendment, which has been accepted. So,
I'd like to move the motion and speak. No, I'm joking.
Assembly Member and Assembly Member Giorgio to second that amendment.
Second and reserve my right to speak.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey. Did you indicate?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Just to, I'm not the world's biggest football fan, but I hope England do well because I can't take the penalty shootout situation because it's just my heart will break again. Look, this amendment is done in good faith and good fun, but I want to say something to politicians, right? You should be worried that you're driving division by continually pointing out people's differences, continually pointing out that somebody came from somewhere else. I was born and raised in this country. I'm older than most of you in here, and race is more of an issue now than it's ever been. And I believe it's because politicians, sometimes in good faith, keep pointing out to people that they are different. When I grew up, the change in this country was people didn't point out that you were different. It wasn't said all the time. We were moving towards each other. Motions like this, conversations like this, make me feel like we're moving away from each other because we constantly point out each other's differences. So although this was done in good faith, and I accept that you did it in good faith, I don't think you're up to something. I think we all need to reflect on constantly marking out different communities, different people, because I don't think it's helping us come together.
Thank you. Some of us remember the last time it came home, in 1966?
No.
I remember.
Come on.
I remember it.
You must have been a primary school.
I remember. I was 8. And you know what? You know what? It didn't interest me then, and it really doesn't interest me now either. So, you know, let's vote for the motion. Assembly Mahfouz to sum up, please.
Yeah, no, I think just super quickly, I mean, obviously, I think I appreciate what you're saying, Lord Bailey, but the reality is that for many of us, we feel proud when we see people who look like us on the pitch and playing exceptionally well and representing this country. But the point, as I've said before, is that this is about recognising talent ahead of any other point, and they are representing England, but they are also representing that diversity. And we accepted the proposal that you put on the table because actually I'm proud that we've got the pride flag flying outside this City Hall. I'd be proud to have the St George's flag flying outside the City Hall, showing our support for England. But we have people who are not in this chamber right now, but their party are trying to jump on the bandwagon of this football team. And yet if they came in, the policies that they have explicitly said would happen would mean that almost all of that squad, 26 strong squad, would have to be deported under their policies. That is something that that's the reality. That is something that we need to make sure. That's why we need to show that actually what England is about, what this team is about.
Yeah.
So come on, England, let's bring it home. Thank you.
Bullshit. Like, you're gonna put them in power with shit
Order,
like that.
please.
Bullshit.
All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
Thank you. This is
As
the motion.
amended,
This is the
as
motion as
amended.
amended. I think that's unanimous, Chair.
Right.
Bit more business, Assembly members.
Yes. Item 8, mayoral commitments. Can I ask the Assembly to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between February and May of this year? The Assembly is recommended to agree to use the 5th of November 26 plenary meeting principally to hold question and answer session on policing in London with the Mayor and the Police Commissioner.
Agreed.
Agreed to use the 3rd of December 2026 plenary meeting principally to hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of Transport for London, and under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act, require the Mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan, in his capacity of Chair of Transport for London and London. I'm not rushing this just because you all want to go home. I have to be here till the end. These words have to be read, all right? And Andy Lord, Commissioner, Transport for London, to attend from 10 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 22 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999.
Agreed.
The next scheduled meeting of the London Assembly will be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 16th of July 2026 in the Chamber at City Hall. Not yet. I have no other urgent business. And the meeting is now closed.